recognize Ms. Cruz for her service as a trustee to the Board of Education.
Buenas noches, board members and Superintendent Miles. My name is Judith Cruz. I'm an HISD trustee, the Texas Assistant Director for the Ed Trust, and an HISD parent. I hope that you will share the long-term plan for addressing our teacher vacancies. I would also hope that you will be sharing the number of vacancies the district has. I recognize that what you are doing is a temporary solution. Please share what you are doing to increase the quality and diversity of the pipeline through Grow Your Own, other apprenticeship opportunities, residency programs, etc. Thank you to this administration for being committed to keeping and scaling dual language. I hope that in a much needed effort to scale quality instruction of English literacy, we do not sacrifice instruction in Spanish and other languages. It is not an either or, it's an and. When you look at the data for our students who take assessments in Spanish, whether native or non-native speakers, they outperform the English test takers by large margins. Spanish is the science of reading because it is naturally phonetic. Students who learn in both languages simultaneously have better outcomes, and English learners perform better in dual language than in bilingual education settings. I'm curious to see the what-if data and wondering if the board is going to continue to monitor the goals and constraints set by the elected board under the Lone Star Governance Framework that expire at the end of this coming school year. I don't believe the targets that we adopted challenged the organization, so I hope that you will revisit that. And I hope that you will look closely at our metrics and targets for college and career readiness. If you are looking strictly at the A through F accountability, even with the coming changes, it masks the actual post-secondary outcomes for our students. Measure the actual outcomes, such as matriculation and earned associate's degrees or certificates, not just the indicators that get them closer to that. Our students have so much potential. Gracias.
Thank you. Our next speaker is J. Allison Chapin. Thank you,
Hi,
ma'am.
my name is Allison Chapin. I used to be an HISD teacher. I'm sorry, you guys. I had to leave. I couldn't take it anymore. By the way, I'm still waiting to be contacted by your HR department to let me know exactly what my benefits are, my payout, how my health insurance is going to continue, et cetera, et cetera. Other than that, I'm here to say I'm very disappointed in the direction that this district has taken. I'm very disappointed in our board for not asking questions, hard questions. I served on a board for 5 years and never, I can't remember ever a time when there wasn't really robust, not just in words, robust discussion on a topic. And I certainly never served on a board where the constant vote was 9-0. I disagree with what you're doing to teachers. You're putting warm bodies in the classroom, so you should not be calling them teachers. They are not certified. They have not studied curriculum and instruction, pedagogy, et cetera, the way that I have and many other teachers have. I'm glad that I quit on the 14th because I'm looking at people working for assistant principals and deans that are not certified, and the policies you keep enacting, the whole financial, you're getting rid of 14 policies on this board agenda. Is that really how you show you value professionalism? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next item held for registered speakers is teacher certification waiver. Will Courtney Revels please approach the microphone? This speaker is also registered to address Destination 2035.
Hey board, hey everybody. I just wanted to address the teacher certifications. I don't agree with relaxing the certifications just because it's already TEA's responsibility to recruit teachers. Put some pressure on the state to do their part of the job. Relaxing these policies only makes it easier for them to come through and sweep us with things that don't mean our kids any good. What is Destination 2035 and how does that impact the seniors that are graduating and moving into the 2025 workplace or the 2026 workplace? You can't just skip over trying to you can't just skip over, because that also shows that you guys have no intention to leave, right? So again, I don't agree with, I wish you guys would reconsider the teacher certification, voting that policy out, because we need to put the pressure back on the state to do their job of recruiting and retaining teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Norma Thomas is our next speaker. Is Ms. Thomas here? No. The next item held for registered speakers is the 2023-2024 Code of Student Conduct. Will Cassandra Jones please approach the microphone? Ms. Jones? Ms. Jones is not here. The next item held for registered speakers is vendor awards. Will Sarah Rivlin please approach the microphone? Ms. Rivlin, you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening. Mr. Miles wants the authority to make purchases of up to $2 million without board approval. He packed this agenda with revisions that eliminate the Board of Managers' ability to do proper financial oversight. If you approve this agenda, you will be consenting to removing the internal auditor from contract investigations. On page 36, he strikes out the requirement that a record of contract bids called tabulations be kept on file in board services, meaning there will be no evidence of questionable decisions. Miles and Jim Terry were known for shady financial dealings in Dallas. If they bankrupt this district, you will be on the hook for it, for approving this agenda. It's not fair, but that's the truth. TEA isn't going to refund us, and they're going to publicly blame you, which again is not fair. The other thing I do have questions about is the $1.5 million purchase of Rosetta Stone, which is a computer program software for learning languages. And I'm hoping that that's not what Mr. Miles means when he says he's going to expand dual language in the district. You laugh. Sitting kids in front of a computer for 1 hour is not the same as having a certified bilingual teacher. And he doesn't have enough bilingual teachers to teach dual language on all of the campuses that he's saying he's going to do it on. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item held for registered speakers is investment officers. Will Ann Eagleton please approach the microphone? Ms. Eagleton, you have 2 minutes.
Hello. I'm going to remind you, my first time here, I mentioned to you that you have a fiduciary obligation to this district. You are the financial stewards. I know that's not part of Lone Star governance, but it's part of your job description. Please remember that, okay? I'm trying to understand who wrote these policies. I'm going to guess Jim Terry wrote himself as CFO to be the lone person to decide how HISD invests their money. That is inappropriate. I don't know why there's a need to cut away the controller and the treasurer. Why can't this be a group effort? This isn't a superstar show where we're only going to have 2 people making every decision. You seriously need to ask who's writing these policies, because it is undermining your authority, it's undermining every kind of financial oversight, it's undermining transparency. And if you vote and go with this, you're going to need to hire at least 6 people for the Public Information Department, because that means we have to PIR every single thing. Things that should be readily available at the board services, the tabulations, or be available online. This is a hustle. We are being grifted by grifters that just came in from out of town. I'm looking to you as Houstonians to care about Houstonians, care about the taxpayers that work hard for the money, that are supporting this. That is your job. If I were you, I wouldn't agree to any of the stuff they are proposing, and you need your lawyer. And I'm not a lover of lawyers. This is crazy. It is a blizzard in hell that I'm defending lawyers. But you need your lawyer. So please, get with it, people. You are like being led to the slaughterhouse, and I hope you're not using the Xanax that Lone Star governance is to just happily go along.
Thank you, ma'am. The next item held for registered speakers is cash management and investment policy. Will Sarah Terrell please approach the microphone? Ms. Terrell, you have 2 minutes.
You can relinquish your oversight duties, but you cannot escape your fiduciary responsibility. You're being railroaded, urged to make major policy changes in an emergency with no second reading in September. You should have a policy committee writing policy with help from your legal counsel, the one that Mike Miles kicks out of this room on page 27 of the agenda. Policy is your power. It should not be written by the superintendent. The CFO seems to have written this investment policy himself without input from legal. It makes him the sole investment officer and assumes extensive expertise on his part while striking language about training and using advisors. Mr. Terry is no investment wizard, and he will have extensive other duties as a CFO. The Investment Advisory Committee of 4 expert citizens is eliminated. Miles and Terry do not want anyone to know what they are doing. This whole agenda is bad faith, and it should be setting off alarms with you. Regardless of whether you think a $100,000 contract, a $5,000 donation, or a $50,000 sole source contract is petty and beneath your attention, these items always appear on the board agenda. Yes, they are usually approved without discussion, but there is a deterrent and transparency effect to having them on the agenda and in our archives. Mr. Martinez yesterday referred to these policy changes as concessions, and he referred me to student outcomes. You are not hostages. And the end does not justify the means. It is your reputation, and it is our money.
Thank you, ma'am. The next item held for registered speakers is proposed revisions to board policy CH logo purchasing and acquisition. Will Mindy Wilson please approach the microphone?
I'm a parent of 2 HISD students, and we need to be honest. Increasing the superintendent's purchasing authority from $100,000 to $2 million before seeking board approval is unheard of and obscene on a national scale. Let's look at the data. Los Angeles Unified has 565,000 students. They have an $18 billion budget, yet their superintendent can only spend up to $500,000 without board approval and public input. Chicago Public Schools have 340,000 students, a $9.4 billion budget, and their superintendent can only spend $500,000 before seeking board approval and public input. Las Vegas Clark County has 300,000 students, a $3.2 billion budget. Their superintendent can only spend $100,000 before seeking approval and making sure that it is all transparent. Here we are in Houston with a $2 billion budget, and Mike Miles thinks that he should spend $2 million without board approval or public input. Do you see how egregious this is for HISD stakeholders and taxpayers? Do you? How is this even allowed to happen? How is this even, this is even shameful on a national level. And just think about how it's going to hurt HISD as years go on and other superintendents and people have this kind of power over our tax dollars. Vote against this money grab. We demand transparency for every policy and dollar spent in HISD. Don't make the national news. This is not the reason to do it.
Thank you. The next item held for registered speakers is proposed revisions to board policy, which is DC local employment practices. Will Christy Brewster please approach the microphone?
Good evening. I'm your certified retired school nurse coming back with some more requests for clarification. I got a little bit of a concern in regard to this policy change request. It wasn't clear for me. It says employment for all, and then the add-in was preference for veterans. It's in regard to eliminating the requirement that the information on applications should be confirmed before hiring an individual. Now, here's my question, class. How long is this gonna last? What's your time frame? Because I'm sure you're going to confirm the information that these applicants give. I'm all for veterans, and they should have a little input in work settings. But not confirming the application information? Seriously, educational entity? I'm for the safety of my children. We're in some strange times in Houston Independent School District, not to mention in the world. Do not do a quickie process. Your rationale was to streamline the application process. Let's don't make it so quick that we bring some nuts in here, even though you say you're going to do a background check. Why are we bothering to have these job fairs and resumes if the info is not going to be confirmed? I'm all here for the children, this retired school nurse. I'm still concerned. And I need for you to reconsider this and let me know you are going to check this application information. Oh, yeah, you are. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item for registered speakers is DGB Local Employee Rights and Privileges Personnel Management Relations. Will Ruth Hoffman-Lack please approach the microphone? The speaker is also registered to address BQA Legal and EHBJ Local. Ms. Lack.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Ruth Hoffman-Lack, currently a school psychologist, but I started working in public schools in 1992 as a teacher at Westbury High School. What I have learned about decision-making in public schools is this: nothing happens in a vacuum, and no change ever affects only one individual. For that reason, it is absolutely critical that decisions about almost anything be run by at least a few and sometimes several people. My favorite example, in 1993, when the new building opened at Westbury High School, we discovered that despite faculty and staff all having commented and seen the plans in advance, there was not a single faculty bathroom in the whole thing. That is bad, and you cannot change it. All three of the items I've registered to speak to remove the input of multiple participants and leave a single person, the superintendent, the sole responsibility. I have met a lot of brilliant people in my life, but I have yet to meet one who has the combined knowledge and experience to be in a position to unilaterally make decisions about everything from personnel policy to curriculum to vendor selection without the input of experienced and knowledgeable advisors. That is just asking too much of anyone, because nobody can know all of that. And when we consider that any one of these decisions could dramatically impact the lives of the students we all care so much about, it frankly seems unfair to put Mr. Miles or anybody else in the position of having to make those decisions alone. I am sure that he would be unable to live with himself if he were to inadvertently make a decision that brought harm to students or families or staff. Second, while I'm sure it was unintended, I'm also sure that these proposals will send the message that teachers and staff are not trusted or respected as professionals, in contrast to other messages about valuing and wanting to retain and attract excellent teachers and administrators. In psychology, we sometimes refer to this type of contradictory messaging as, "I hate you, don't leave me." It
Thank you,
never
ma'am.
leads to improved communication or improved relationships. In fact, it is always destructive.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. The last item held for registered speakers is proposed revisions to board policy DNA Local Performance Appraisal Evaluation of Teachers. Our speaker is registered to address the board via Zoom. Ms. Smith, please admit Maria Benzon.
Ms. Benzon's not on Zoom, but I believe Melissa Yarborough signed in to speak and is here now.
Okay. Ms. Yarborough was registered to speak on the topic of the report on NES and NES-aligned schools.
Yes. Hi.
Oh, you're here.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. I am a parent at Pew Elementary NES school, and Mr. Miles has made it very clear that STAR scores are the end-all, be-all, it's everything. And I don't think anybody here is against improving STAR scores. In fact, I'm a teacher and I'm all for it. However, there's two problems with basing everything on it. First of all, there's no evidence that STAR accurately measures learning at all, much less learning that will help my children be successful in life after school. So basing everything on just this, that doesn't give me a lot of confidence. But the other problem is, even if we are going to say, let's put all our eggs in the STAR basket, we have this problem of, if it's not direct instruction on something that's tested in STAR, it's seen as an obstacle. And that's a big problem, because it's not just the ELA class that helps kids pass the ELA STAR. It is the PE, it's the art, it's the music, it's all that stuff that has been said to bring less value, that actually brings more value to the kids, because some of those kids are just showing up because of that art teacher, because of that sports they can do in PE. It gives them the emotional availability to accept the information that we're giving them in the ELA class. Everything that's not tested on STAR is being squashed right now with these NES plans. Inquiry, squashed. Books in libraries, squashed, because books aren't tested on STAR, it's just short passages. Art's not tested on STAR, so now art teachers are said to have less value and are actually being paid less. We need these people, we need the inquiry, we need the love, the joy. Joy is not tested on STAR. Are we gonna take joy out of schools? We have to have all of these things to give our kids the best education possible, because I want my children to be ready for 2035 too. But not just ready to pass standardized tests. There's gonna be a lot more to life than just that.
Thank you. Emily, has anybody else who wasn't here checked in? That concludes our hearing of registered speakers for this meeting. Thank you to all of the speakers. Oh, I'm sorry. 2 folks have checked in? Okay. Do they need to check in with you, or? Do you have an? Okay, why don't we just create a line if it's just 2 or 3 folks, if that's okay? And if you can announce yourself, please.
Can I go first?
Hold on,
Can I go?
just one moment. Can you announce your name, please? ma'am?
Yes, my name is Meg Seff.
Okay, Ms. Seff, I remember you being listed here. Please go ahead.
Okay. The IDA includes educating more children in neighborhood schools rather than separate schools. It is my opinion that you are reversing the gains of our special ed population, which are radical changes for our most vulnerable students. Removing students from a regular classroom to a Zoom room is against most plans. There is no exit criteria for removal or criteria to be brought back into the classroom. Plus, parents are not informed of this chaotic measure. Children will not thrive if they have focus or organization problems in a large room of misbehaving students. Making teachers pay reliant on test scores is another slap in the face for special ed kids, because they will not be welcomed in a regular classroom for fear of bringing down test scores. Removing libraries is a terrible removal for our kids. A lot of special ed kids need libraries to explore books on their own, do individual research, read for pleasure, and develop a love for reading. Spending their day doing worksheet after worksheet is not a way to increase reading skills. SPED has historically been mishandled in HISD, with multiple lawsuits plagued this district. Superintendent Miles publicly admitted he doesn't know much about special ed. The Board of Managers have no special ed background. I'm a 30-year special educator with a background in SPED law and education law, and I'm advocating for our students. I guarantee you that when we go to court to file lawsuits, not knowing is not an excuse in a courtroom. I strongly recommend that you revise what you're doing to our population, because these kids don't get a second chance. The lockdowns were detrimental to low-income kids. Kids with disabilities suffered the most. Don't do another catastrophic decision.
Thank you, ma'am.
The last registered speaker is Derek Rose.
Sir, yes, can you please let me know your name?
Derek Bros.
Oh, yes, sir.
B-R-O-Z.
You are registered to speak at first.
Yeah.
Please go ahead. Thank you.
Sorry for being late.
No problem.
My name is Derek Bros, Houstonian. I don't have any children in HISD, but I'm here in solidarity. I'm also here as a mayoral candidate just to speak with and support of these parents who are speaking out what's going on in HISD. So I just wanted to make a couple notes that I think have already been repeated more eloquently than I can. For one, to second, the teacher that just spoke a moment ago about the importance of those creative programs, that standardized testing is not everything to cataloging how intelligent a child is, how great they can be in life, or any of those things. And we need to not be taking further steps, which it appears under Mr. Miles we will, towards more standardized, more, in my view, sort of lifeless education approach that does not encourage the arts and the other aspects. You know, I can speak as a student in the Houston area who wouldn't have made it through high school without the arts and without the teachers who, you know, created that space for me as a troubled young child. My partner is here as well. She can speak as somebody who wouldn't have been able to integrate without bilingual programs, that wouldn't have been able to get to know her friends and family and do good in her community without those programs. So I just am here to echo those concerns. I also, again, commend the teachers who are doing what they can. I don't think taking away power from them, giving power to one single person is ever a good idea, but definitely not. You know, we heard the numbers earlier, the stats that were quoted. It just doesn't sound like a good idea. And, you know, I don't think taking the school systems, and as they exist, this is my personal opinion, but many of the school systems, the education models that come in, they're coming from, I believe, a colonist mindset. There's already problems with some of the educational things being taught. You know, there's concerns about what we already have. In my mind, it's really created to create students that are worker bees and know how to dogmatically repeat facts rather than critically think. And we need to be teaching the kids to question authority and to think critically and encourage more creative forms of education as opposed to trying to make it even more dogmatic. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Ma'am, can you please state your name?
My name is Ruth Kravitz.
Ma'am, I don't think you've been registered to speak
I was
this evening.
registered to speak. I signed up,
Hold on one second. We don't show you as registered.
and they
to speak.
gave me my little thing, and I filled it out. But
Hold
thank
on.
you so much.
Just one second. What's up? You said you registered to speak. Can you tell me today?
I registered to speak yesterday before noon.
Okay. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I should really just give a different speech because this is a strange new world that we live in. But since we have 2 minutes, there's never really been a board agenda as horrifying as this one. And you, well-intentioned good people, need to hold the line. This agenda is not about children. Mike Miles, you made all of the NES teachers reapply for their jobs. And you're the reason there are so many openings in HISD, and now you want HISD to literally hire anyone with a degree who is breathing. I'm hearing that applicants are showing up in their chunklets straight from the beach. As a former administrator, I know that won't bode well for our children. This agenda is about giving adults unfettered access to billions of dollars. Let's look at one example that people have spoken about, but we need to say it again. Let's look at item 22. If approved, the superintendent will have sole authority to execute contracts up from $100,000 to $2 million without board approval. Miles could write up a $2 million contract to his cousin's spin bike company, and no one, not the board, not the public, would be wiser. Even if Mike, the superintendent, was my 93-year-old father in his prime, I would not give that kind of authority to a single person. Mike Miles is acting like a man with a trust fund. I've just taken my youngest child's credit cards away for a reason, and you need to take his away. You are running HISD, and let's hope my child doesn't watch this. You are running HISD into the ground when every other district is dealing with the horrible realities of our governor unwilling to provide more state funding for school children. And yet, there's unlimited funds here for us to spend. What will happen next year? Which schools will be closed? If you really wanted to strengthen our schools, and I would support you if you did these things, first, include the elected board in decision-making. You are all good people, but you've only been here a minute.
Thank you, ma'am.
Let me finish my sentence. Thank you so, so much. The
Ma'am,
board must vote no on every board policy,
ma'am,
and every single one is bad.
Ma'am.
I have always been so
Ma'am.
polite whether
Ma'am.
it is turning libraries into Zoom detention centers,
Ma'am.
or evaluating teachers on a bell
Please.
curve, or hiring teachers without anything at all. I really appreciate you so much. He has
Ma'am.
had hours and hours to speak.
Ma'am.
This is not the way to run a school district.
ma'am.
And not the way to build meaningful
Can we-
relationships with adults. Show up on Saturday
Thank you,
at
ma'am.
9 a.m.
Have a
at
nice day.
HISD for a protest.
All right. All right. That concludes our speakers for today. Thank you. Superintendent Miles now has information to share with the board. The board, as you walk over, has posed a number of questions on a number of the topics that we're going to be speaking about tonight that are on the agenda, and we understand those questions will be responded to and discussed this evening, so we look forward to that. Mr. Miles, we'll let you get ready.
Testing. All right, thank you, board members. It's been a while since we met and gone over the Destination 2035 plan, so part of this is a review. A lot of misinformation today from the crowd. They obviously haven't been listening very well, so we're going to repeat some of the things that we've already been talking about. Just to clarify, and I think that will help both of us, but also the audience. So, first thing, this is a transformation. There's no question about that. That means we're not doing the same thing that we've always done. And that scares people. That's understandable. And it's hard for people to understand things they haven't seen, so that's also understandable. A certain amount of grace is warranted. But intentional misinformation, after a while, gets to be pretty old. So I'm going to try to correct the record for people, and hopefully they won't keep repeating, intentionally misinforming the community. We've done a lot, and you can tell from some of the audience that these changes have really moved the cheese.
Just one second. Our screens, I don't know if they're supposed to be working, but they're not.
These two,
that one's
this one's working, this one's?
Oh, maybe just yeah, yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right, so we've done a lot in 2 months, and a lot of people are right. We pushed the envelope quite a bit in just 2 months. So I just wanted to go over some of the things that we've done. So we did roll out a Destination 2035 plan. And recall, I said we could have waited a year, but I think a lot of people also want us to move fast, and so that we can return the district after the intervention. So we didn't wait. We put out a Destination 2035 plan. We passed a revised budget, of course, because that had to be done in June by law. We spent dozens of hours with principals, assistant principals, and school leadership in trainings and meetings. I've personally spent 6 full days training principals during the last 2 months. We revised 13 board policies, if the board agrees, next week. We've also tried to communicate the information in these meetings. I think there's 9 or 10 of them. You can see the number of participants. The one that was really well attended was a virtual event. Over close to 500 people attended that online virtual meeting. Central office reorganization. That was a heavy lift in just 2 months. We reorganized most of the departments in central administration. We right-sized central administration, eliminating 2,334 positions. Many of those were vacancies, so that doesn't mean that many people. And then we developed a plan and began implementing that plan to move central administration services closer to the schools. I'm going to talk about that in a little bit. New education system, pretty bold. We started with 28 schools. That's what we wanted to do. That's 10% of the district. That alone would have been a lot of schools. And I'm going to talk about what that actually means. But I think it's quite a feat and quite a message that 57 schools, after 2 meetings where we told them very clearly what it meant to be in new education system schools, after we talked to them about getting teacher or community input, 57 schools stepped up, volunteered to be part of the new education system schools. That means there's 85 schools now, 31% of the district, that agreed to be in transformation. And that kind of shows that new education system schools are about support and about more help, and that's why there's volunteers. School leaders, teachers, and schools. We've assessed leadership in chronically failing schools and reassigned 4 high school principals. We developed and previewed the largest principal pay for.
So these programs were included in a lot of our bills, and rest assured that I continue to fight for more dollars to come to our area to make sure that we can take care of our neighborhoods. My team and I are also working on ways to get these recommendations into law. We've already read all the recommendations, we've talked to both of these groups, and already thinking of ways that we could not only make sure that OSHA does what it needs to do in enforcing what's already there, but how we can do more to put it into law to make sure that the plants and the employers and the facilities around here can't just say, oh, well, it's an OSHA requirement, I really don't have to do it. Because that's what happens sometimes.
We were there at the start of the school year last year. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that and the process how and where we are with certification and things like that in a minute. And then we developed and previewed a pay-for-performance plan for the teachers in the 85 NES schools and NES aligned schools. Hopefully the board will adopt that. And if they do, a year from now, that will be the pay-for-performance plan for the entire district. We increased compensation for approximately 2,350 teachers by $10,000 this year. We also increased compensation for another 1,200 teachers, the NES teachers, by approximately $25,000. $15,000 on the base, plus another $10,000 stipend. We began the creation of lesson plans and differentiated assignments for 85 schools based on high-quality instructional materials, and we conducted 6 full days of professional development for schools and instructional leaders. That is a lot of work in just 60 days. It is understandable that people have a hard time keeping up, and I have a hard time understanding how this all fits together. But we're moving fast so that on August 28th, the teachers and the principals will be ready for a great school year. HISD, so the vision that we've put together, we're already moving out on. A vision that's actionable, not just a bunch of words on a piece of paper. We said 150 schools to a whole-scale transformation. That takes some explaining, I will in a minute, but whole-scale transformation of 28 schools was what we wanted to do this year. Looks like we'll do whole-scale transformation of 85 schools. The vision of 150 whole-scale transformed schools was supposed to be about 4 years. So we're way ahead of where we're supposed to be. It's going to come at some cost, meaning capacity, finances, and we'll talk about that. In the meantime, in the last 2 months, there are some things I think we have to adjust, just a couple, because there's enough adjustment as it is. Number one, I think doing a little bit more research and seeing how things have moved in technology and AI, even in 2 months, but especially since November, we are behind. And so there's more clarity and more urgency about the future. More clarity, more urgency. I think this is the last generation of underserved kids attending public school before the skills gap is locked in. Before the skills gap is locked in. We've talked before about the achievement gap being locked in because the country has not been able to. The country since November. We are behind, and so there's more clarity and more urgency about the future. More clarity, more urgency. I think this is the last generation of underserved kids attending public school before the skills gap is locked in. Before the skills gap is locked in. We've talked before about the achievement gap being locked in because the country has not been able to. The country has not been able to close the achievement gap. And I think if we don't do our jobs well, we will have a skills gap that's locked in. I give us about 8 years as a country, as an urban district. Could we have someone
Ma'am,
ask
in the
that
back,
lady?
can you please stop disrupting?
Thank you. I think we have about 8 years before that gap is locked in, that skills gap. And that makes our job even more important. It makes it even more important for us to do both things. And I'm going to talk about a couple of those. The other two things that are considerations or adjustments, number one, some of the systems in the district, the systems have been, are less effective than I thought they were. More colloquially messed up than I thought they would be. And so we've had to already, for example, with regard to HR and some of the processes to hire teachers, it's been so convoluted. We've had to really streamline things just to get teachers hired here. And then there's other processes and operations and finance that are also really bureaucratic and bogged down. And so we're having to spend more time. That's not part of Destination 2035, but we're spending the time and effort because it is so backward. The second thing is we need to upgrade our CTE courses. Career Tech Ed is part of the priority work areas. It's number 8 or 9 in the list of priority work areas. I've been looking at what we do in the district, our CTE programs, and we have a long way to go to where we need to be, and the whole system needs to be upgraded. In some cases, they need to be like reformed from the ground up. We will spend some time this year devising and improving our CTE programs that we will start in the 24-25 school year, especially with regard to AI. We need courses, CTE courses that are tied to AI to help our juniors and seniors and younger grades, if we can, really use AI as they enter the workforce. We're also going to help train teachers, voluntary, of course, to use AI in the classroom. And we'll make a plan for that this year. It's going to become a priority, and we'll spend probably about $20 million, if the board approves that, for the next year's budget for CTE. We will have to spend more money in the underserved schools in parts of the district than we will equally across the board. But across the board, we need an upgrade on our CTE program. So you'll see that coming to the board as we work through this year. And that was something we didn't have in Destination 2035. Like I said, we did have CTE, but not this level of attention. But now that I've been here a couple months, it's worse than I thought, so we're going to have to adjust. So, moving on, 57 schools stepped up. So the board may not remember that NES and NES Align are the same except for two things, but everything else is the same. One, no reconstitution for NES Align schools. We didn't have time, and we didn't have the capacity to do that. Number two, the compensation plan for NES aligned schools, the base salary is the same as the salary schedule in the district. So that's the difference. The NES schools have that hospital model payment plan, as you know. But the NESA compensation plan was the same as they've always had, the step and lane schedule. And by the way, not one person loses salary across the district if they were here. The other things for NES and NES Align, I'm going to race through this because we don't have a lot of time, but I think it's important to just remember what are we talking about? What are we talking about when we say NES? What are the supports? So the staffing model is different. Not only are there, of course, teachers, but there are teacher apprentices and learning coaches. We hope not to have any substitutes in the NES and NES aligned schools. Right now, well, we'll talk about vacancies here in a minute, but I can just tell you, with regard to the staffing, as far as teachers in the NES schools, we have close to 0 vacancies right now, close to 0. Hospital model compensation, I already told you, that's that compensation model where every position has a range, and that range differs depending on the position. The LSA instructional model. Let me spend a minute on this. The instructional model is proven to work really well. In our profession, there's a couple phrases that you may not know. One is direct instruction. Lots of research on how well direct instruction works for students who are behind. That's where the teacher guides the student directly. And the students receive grade level instruction, that's really important, with scaffolds to help the kids who are behind. That's direct instruction. And then there's another modality which we use, and it's called differentiated instruction. Differentiated instruction is where the assignments or the activities change depending on the level of the student. You can't have both, really, because kids need both. Direct instruction, you can't have one or the other. I mean, they need both. They need direct instruction, especially kids who are behind. And they need differentiated. In other words, kids who are ahead should be challenged. Kids who are behind should get more time with the expert, not a paraeducator, but with the teacher. So the LSAE model, usually it's 90-minute class. The first 40 to 45 minutes, the kids get direct instruction at grade level. Grade level is important so that we don't sell our kids short with scaffolds. So that's the first 40, 45 minutes. Then they take a 10-minute mini quiz called a demonstration of learning. That's where we find out whether they actually learned what they were supposed to learn. And then right after that, the kids are split into 4 groups. Kids who are still learning the objective, they struggled still, even after 45 minutes. We call them learners, and they will have one set of activities or assignments that's not as rigorous as the accelerated, but it will also be scaffolded and guided. Then the kids who are near proficient, that they're not quite proficient, they get it a little bit, they're gonna get a separate assignment, also will be guided. The kids who are proficient, they get harder work, more rigorous, more text at their level. And then finally, accelerated kids get even more challenging work so that these students don't need to sit in class another 40 minutes while they already know the materials. So that the proficient students and the accelerated students go into the team center. And for every kid, there's 2 team centers they can go to. One is an individual, where they work individually. Another team center is where they can work in pairs. So they work in pairs. These students over here work independently. Now, when we start school off in August, we'll probably send everybody to the individual room first until they get used to that, and then they'll be able to work in pairs. But that's what a team center is. It is where the work happens for proficient and accelerated kids. Learning coaches help. And when you see 150 sixth graders in the room, annotating, reading independently, working hard, that's something to see. And I've seen that for the last 6 years. So that's what a team center is. And sometimes it's co-located in a library, that's true. But this information that's out there, purposely misinforming, intentionally getting it wrong after it's been explained a lot, that's just wrong. That's just wrong. What it is what I just described. And I can describe, let's talk quickly then, if the board will allow me, to talk about the discipline in the team center so that once again I can explain it for the record, and then people who intentionally get it wrong will have no excuse. Here's the record. We're all used to ISS, in-school suspension. In-school suspension, please. In-school suspension for middle and high schools, that's a thing in many schools in HISD, but across the country. If you've been in schools, you know that there's often an in-school suspension room. That's a bad thing as a practice, although we have schools that do it and they do the best they can with it. And in the 188 schools that are not NES or NES aligned, if they have it and they want to use it, that's fine. But ISS is usually a room where kids go so that they don't have to be suspended. And it's often a room where they spend hours. And that the work is paper packets, it's not very rigorous, and they sit there and you can imagine a person sitting in the room watching. That's an ISS room. That is more like detention, okay? That is not what NES and NES aligned schools do. That's what other schools are doing today that I don't see a lot of people complaining about, but that they should. In the NES and NES aligned schools, this is what happens. If a kid has a discipline problem, that child, it depends on what their infraction is. I mean, if it's a fight or something, we're sending that child to the principal's office and the normal process happens. They try to find out, they may call parents, they may suspend, or they may refer. That's a process that happens in the principal's office. If a child is, acting up for whatever reason, even good reasons, right? Because they had a bad night, they're challenged, they're hungry, whatever it is, if that child needs a timeout and they'll be talked to by a counselor or a principal or somebody like that, if they just need a timeout, they'll go to the team center and they will work online so that they don't miss instruction. There won't be a lot of them in there. And then when other kids come in, those proficient kids, the proficient kids will work, this student will work, a learning coach will watch. It is the best way to make sure that that child is, first of all, taken care of, but second of all, gets instruction so that we don't just put them in a room in the principal's office or in the ISS room. It is less like detention than anything else out there. And yet there's misinformation out there. Why? I don't know why, because they want it to fail or something like that. But the kids will be taken care of. That's what a team center is. I've invited people. They should come see it first before they, spread even more nonsense or misinformation. So that's what a team center does, and that's part of the NES and NESA model. That's why it works so well. Art of thinking. One of the speakers.
Hold on, Superintendent Miles. Can we please, unfortunately, I can't see everybody who's speaking, but if we can please keep it down so that we, the board, you are? Okay, then this is your warning. This is your warning, ma'am. Please stop disrupting the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. So one of the speakers.
Sorry, one more thing. As I said at the beginning, if after one warning, we will be asking the person who continues to disrupt to leave the room. So we'd appreciate if you can be respectful of the proceeding. Thank you.
One of the speakers was talking about art of thinking.
Ma'am, Miss Seth. This is your warning. I'm sorry, but if you continue to disrupt, we're going to ask you Okay, if the folks in the back, can we turn up the volume maybe? Let's turn up the volume, but this is a board presentation. The board is here to listen to what Superintendent Miles has to say. You're welcome into the room, and we appreciate all the public comments that we've heard. We also would like you to hear everything that's being said by Mr. Miles, which means that we all need to be respectful of each other. So if it's possible to please keep it down in the back with all the comments, that would be fantastic. We're going to try to adjust the volume if we can. So stick with us. We're going to try to adjust the volume. Superintendent Miles, please continue.
Yes, ma'am. So one of the speakers rightfully said we need to do critical thinking, art of thinking. It's not just reading, writing, math. That's right. NES schools, 3rd grade through 10th grade, have art of thinking class. It's a requirement. It's not anywhere else in the state. It is with us. Art of thinking is information literacy, problem solving, communications, and critical thinking. We start in 3rd grade and we finish in 10th grade for those things, and it's purposeful class. It's not incorporated. It's a class that has those things I just mentioned. That's the NES and NES aligned model. So we do even more critical thinking than the regular schools. Student travel. You remember that 7th and 8th grade, and if we have enough money, some 9th graders will go and travel out of country as 8th graders if they meet 2 requirements. They have to have 92% attendance, and they can't have any suspensions, which is not an unreasonable requirement for kids. For 7th graders, they'll travel out of state, so they'll go to Washington, D.C. or somewhere in America. Dyad courses. No, it's not about just reading, writing, math. In fact, it drives me a little crazy that we're going to do more than the typical school, because we have more than just electives. Not only will kids get electives, they will also get 2 classes a week of what we call dyad, which is martial arts, photography, dance, graphic design, those sorts of classes, yes, and spin class for some kids. And so that whole repertoire is going to be given to kids that they will have more of. Then there'll be after-school activities too. Since we don't close until 30 minutes or an hour after instruction ends, we open at 6:30. Pay for performance is part of the evaluation system for NES and NES aligned schools. We've been talking about that since the beginning, June 1st. The coaching model for teachers in the NES and NES aligned schools is on-the-job, embedded coaching. That will happen in the NES and NES aligned schools and actually throughout the district. That's one of the things we're doing for the principal evaluation, is how they can give feedback to teachers as we move along. Curriculum instructional supports. We talked about high-quality instructional materials, yes, and we're going to provide the teachers with their lesson plans, their demonstration of learning, the PowerPoint, the answer key, and the 4 differentiated assignments that I've been talking about. We're going to provide that for the teachers so they can focus on the work. And teachers who have been in this model love it. Hopefully more people will support it, because the teachers who are coming to the NES, they're coming for a reason. Part of it is pay. Part of it is pay, but part of it is the supports that they're going to get as a teacher. So when they leave at 4:15, they have no work to do. They have better work-life balance. And last, doors are open early, 6:30, and close later. All right, so that's the NES and NES model. I know that was fast, but that was just a refresher. That's the real information. Everything else is misinformation, and I suspect people will hopefully come and see what it's like. I know the board will, but others will after the start of school, so that they can really see what we're talking about. It's not going to be perfect. No system is, but you're going to see that we are going to take care of our kids even on day 1. All right, the next thing on the agenda, Madam President, if I can just go through this list, is summer professional development that we've had. And I'm going to ask our Chief of Professional Development and Leadership to come up and talk about these 2 slides briefly. Sandy Massey.
Thank you, Board. So we have completed quite a few trainings this summer, and the slide on the left will show you what we've already finished. The first week of June, we trained over 1,200 district leaders and campus leaders for 3 straight days. June 17th was our first opportunity to take campus leaders to see what the NES campus physical plant would look like, so they were able to see the team centers, walk through classrooms, see all the technology set up, exactly what it'll look like in those schools. We trained leaders again on the 18th. And then just this week, the first 2 days, we had a leadership conference, Monday and Tuesday, for all assistant principals and principals. That was a very successful training. I just looked at the feedback today from all of those campus leaders. We still have quite a bit coming up. August 7th through the 10th, we're taking quite a few campus leaders to Odessa to see an on-site school in progress. They started school this week, so we'll get to observe what it actually looks like to see an NES campus of 1,400 students in a middle school, just what it looks like day to day. That same week, we're training NESA and NES teachers right here in Houston on curriculum to make sure that they're ready to go. And then the 14th through the 18th, we have all campus teacher training at NRG, along with an amazing convocation, one of the first that I've heard that Houston has done. So we're really excited about that upcoming professional development, including the week that all of teachers and campus leaders will be on campus the week of August 21st through the 25th to prep for the first day of school, August 28th. We have one more slide here, and that is to show you the principal training and assistant principal training that will come from the whole year. So we'll train principals with Mr. Miles and myself in the mornings on Tuesdays once a month, and then the next day we'll do half-day trainings with assistant principals. Also, the division superintendents will have time with the principals on the second half of the day on those Tuesdays, and this is the schedule for the year. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Massey. All right, next on the schedule is the what-if data. The STAR scores will come out on the in September. I'm not sure what day. But when the scores come out, it'd be good to have some baseline or reference point. So if a school gets a C in the STAR scores, is that good or bad overall? Well, it's good if they were D before, and it's not as good if they were B before. So how would you know what they would have been before? So the state calculates, this is not HISD data, this is state data. The state calculates what-if scores, meaning if they took the same scores and applied the new methodology, what would the school or district have received? That is what-if scores. Those came out in June, and we didn't present it to the board. And we don't need to spend a lot of time because it's past data. We'll get new data in September. But still, it's good to look at to see, kind of give us a hint at what we probably will receive when the scores come out. So here's an overview. The what-if data decreases the 22 rating from a B, 88, to a C. So if they were using the same methodology, this district would have received a C, or 76 points, instead of 88. 27% would have decreased one letter grade, like from an A to a B or B to a C. 57% of the high schools would have decreased one letter grade. And these are the schools that have D and Fs. These are the numbers of schools that have D and F. So there's 52 D and F schools if this what-if data holds. So if we're close to that, a little above or a little below, it's going to be around 50 schools that have D or F status. And then if you look at NES, NES-A, or non-NES, you can see the D and F schools there. Take, for example, the NES-A, the NES Align, the 57 schools that volunteered, 20 of them have D or F scores, which means that they were probably right to have volunteered to get the supports that they're going to receive. Now, we still have 24 schools that are not NES, non-NES aligned. 20 of them have Ds and 4 have Fs. Now again, this is what if, so that doesn't mean this will be the way it is in September, but it'll be somewhere around here, is in all likelihood. So that's the what if data.
Why don't we do,
Yes, ma'am.
Superintendent Miles, while we're here, I don't know if it's probably best just procedurally if we want to just take questions on this and then.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that all right?
That is fine.
Does anybody have questions on this?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Buenas tardes. So a couple of questions. You mentioned that there are some processes that were broken, and you mentioned HR, and I know that was a big concern with our teachers and our communities. Can you speak a little bit more about that? What were some of the specific issues or things that you found, and then how did we correct some of those things?
Yes, sir. Do you want me to speak about it now or when we get to teacher vacancies? I can do it now, or I can do it when we get to...
If you can just address the system issues, not so much the vacancies, but just the system issues.
Yeah, and they're related, but let me just give you a couple examples of the system issues that we have. We called a meeting of the people in HR or communications or IT who play a role in hiring one teacher. 15 to 20 people showed up in the room. I think, is that right, Carrie? About 15 or 20 people showed up. About a dozen people have to either send something by email, receive something, send something to TEA, receive something back, go to the principal, go to the person. So it is a crazy process. So, and the principals will tell you this, and they have. It takes 3, sometimes 4 weeks to hire one person. 3 to 4 weeks. Why? Because this person, the applicant, has to go on the HISD portal, which is something to navigate, instead of going on Indeed or something like that. The district, the board waived that, by the way. They have to go to the portal. Then some piece of paper goes to the principal or the school, and the school gets some names. Then they have to call this person. The person responds, and if they get a position, they don't have a position yet, they have to go back to the portal. Some other person in HR handles it. One person sends something to background checks, another person sends something to certification. It goes back to the person to say, would you want us to follow up with you before you get an offer letter? So they have to send back the piece of paper saying, yes, go ahead. And then those processes start. Then they finally go back to the candidate and says, we want to give you an offer letter. Do you want to still be part of HIC? Then that person has to say yes. Then it goes to another person that says, okay, what salary should they have? And then once they figure out the salary they have, then they send it back to the person. That person has to agree to the salary. I mean, it is that convoluted. It's a hard process. So that's why when I say it's dysfunctional in many ways, I can give you a lot more details about position control numbers if you want the brain damage. But that's how bad the process is. When I was in Dallas, we had 880 teacher vacancies at the start of the school year. I got there on July 1st. And Dallas had 10,000 teachers, so 9% is huge. 8.8% is huge. And it was very similar, not as bad as Houston, but very similar. And we were able to get those down in 2 years to 12 at the start of the year. I'm going to talk about vacancies here in a minute, and we can tell you those numbers. But that's what I'm talking about. Procurement is another thing that's really convoluted in this in the district right now. And so it takes forever. We want to buy more laptops or ViewSonics. We're moving fast. It takes so long, so we had to streamline some of those processes. Again, it's the same thing. It takes forever from one place to another. we've got to streamline to get in with the modern world. AI is going to take over those systems pretty soon. So we've got to be more effective and efficient.
Any other questions? Mr. Ravon?
Thank you. Superintendent, just to clarify on the data you presented, can you not hear well? All right, sorry. Let's bring this in closer. How about now?
Yes.
Good. So based on the data you presented here on the what-if data, just want to clarify, so based on the prior performance, this is based on prior performance.
Correct.
And so as the 2022 and 23 data is codified, then the numbers could possibly go up or down.
Correct.
Okay. And then this is equivalent on the NES and NES aligned schools to roughly a third of the population when we talk about
yes.
the DNF campuses. Okay.
That's right.
I just want to make sure I got a good understanding.
Yeah, roughly a third.
Okay, got it.
And again, thanks for clarifying again, because this doesn't mean it will be this way. This is what if based on the 22 data. So the 23 data is coming. TEA thinks this would be, approximate to what it would be like. So we'll see what happens.
Ms. Garza-Lindner?
Thank you. On the CTE upgrade that you mentioned, can you give some examples of what was worse than you thought? And what are some examples of what other districts are doing that you would expected to see here that you didn't?
Yeah, so a couple of things. And I know people are working hard, and we do need vocational. We need all kinds of career tech ed. And if you go out to Barbara Jordan Center, when I went out there, and they're working hard. There were no kids this summer, but they walked me around. And I appreciate that we have those sorts of courses, but when I walked away, I was thinking, all right, we need those courses. Where's the and? And what other type of courses? I'd just tell you frankly, it was my father's Oldsmobile, meaning this. I walked into the auto shop. That's great, kids need that, but it's the same auto shop that I was in 1974 when I graduated. I walked in the wood shop. The machines were a little bit upgraded, but it was the same wood shop that was in my high school in 1974. Yes, they had the health, but the health is more about the human body rather than paramedic, EMT. None of those skills were being taught there. Yes, cosmetology is good, but it's not a high-skilled job. So yes, let's have it, and where's the and? Where's the and? The and is, in Bel Air and Lamar, the and is robotics, computer science, graphic design, working with AI. That's the and. So that is what we need to do. We need both and. AI, some other districts are already starting career tech ed kids where students work with AI to get ready for the workplace already. And so we need to do better with that. Now it's July, or now it's August, so there's not much we can do to really transform and revamp things right now. We will add, but what we need to do is create this group of people who are going to look closely at what we're doing, revamp the thing, add, especially AI for all of our kids. We need to pour more resources in the underserved parts of town. That doesn't mean we're going to ignore this group over here. We're going to also increase their AI competencies as well. That's what I mean.
Any other questions? Ms. Hosean Bandy.
Hello? Okay, we're good. Thank you for your comments around CTE. I think that's very important. I would just like to point out, coming from a high school that had a very robust cosmetology program, we understand that those type of skills also teach our community how to be entrepreneurial. And small businesses are very, very important in our communities and always been. So I just wanted to make that comment. As far as the new methodology that the what-if model is showcasing here, can you explain how it's different from the previous methodology?
Yeah, there's a couple things that are pretty critical in the new methodology at TEA. And I'm not an expert from TEA, but a couple things. One, the College Career Military Readiness, the CCMR, it's going to be harder to get that score. If you look closely at some of our schools, and I don't need to point out the exact name of the schools, but 67% of the kids check that box by doing Word, Office, Microsoft Office certification, which is pretty simple to get. So that's not the intent of the CCMR score. So that's going to be harder to get. We're already a year behind, right? Because CCMR is lagging. It's the year previous that applies to the following year. So we will have this, when the end of this year happens, we will have the CCMR scores that's coming out in September. We will have those scores. So anyway, that's one. The second thing is the cut points for reading and I believe math are a little bit harder. So they're raising the bar a little bit because it's more in line with grade level, what they determine to be grade level proficiency. So those minor things will make it harder for us to get a higher accountability rate. That's why you see the what-if data is already worse. And the board will recall that one of the big criteria for getting out of the intervention is that we can't have any school with multiple years of DNF status. So this is going to be a heavy lift, and we're going to have to work boldly to do it.
Ms. Mendoza, you had a question?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to go back to the training, and Ms. Massey, I'm not sure which one. You can answer it or she can answer it. How does the training that has already taken place and that is scheduled compare to the sorry. How does the training that Ms. Massey reported on compare to the training that has happened before, including what's scheduled for the year?
Yeah, and I don't have a great answer for it. I can give you what I've heard and anecdotes. But the training has been largely autonomous. So you have a lot of vendors and contracted services having done training in this district, some of which is training teachers in the classroom. You have some training principals on instruction. You have several different voices of training. We want to make sure, and I've said more than once, we are not going to have outside people on the field. We will do the training ourselves, and we will have everybody on the same page. When we say effective instruction, it looks like this, and that will be everybody's view of effective instruction, instead of 4 or 5 different people looking at instruction. And that's the way it should be, because the evaluation system is about instruction, and so you want it to be consistent across the district. So that's how it's been different. The other thing is, the people who are doing the training, including me, are the ones who are making sure that everything is aligned. And as a superintendent, as chiefs, they rarely do the training. In this district, we do a lot of the training.
One more question, please. Just looking at one of the reports that you were telling us what has happened already in the past 60 days. So I know that there's a lot of, all the community meetings that we've been a part of, there's a lot of questions on how the accountability will be, both for us as well as the superintendent and your team. So I would like, and I don't know how this is going to work, and I don't know how it will happen, but that whether it's quarterly or every other board meeting, that maybe we have some type of report, like the 60-day report that says school started on the 28th, and here are the things that we've accomplished. I think that would also gain some trust in our community to say, you know, here's what we were presenting, here's what we want to achieve, and here's what we've done in the last. So not really a question maybe, but just something that will hold us all accountable to what we're saying that we want for our children.
Yeah, I think that's very important. That's what we've intended to do anyway. Not just academically, because When we do the NWEA MAP assessments or the DIBBLE assessments in the beginning of the year to do a baseline, you're going to get a report out. When we do it middle of the year, you're going to get a report out. You're going to get a report on accomplishments or things that challenged us or things that we didn't do well. You'll get a report on that. And then financially, you're going to get a report every month on it. So, you know, the discussion about finances, and by the way, that was a personal attack that we shouldn't let go, about me and Jim Terry, you know, being ruining the budget or taking money or anything like that. That's not unwarranted and absolutely false. Jim Terry and I raised the fund balance in Dallas from 115, which is easily researchable, to 350 million. 115 million to 350 million in 3 years, while we did pay for performance, the largest one in the nation. So that's our record, clean record, never any question about finances, and people should not be allowed to speak those falsehoods. All right.
Any other questions? Let's keep going.
I have one more question.
Mr. Martinez.
So Superintendent Miles, I know you, there's a reference to non-NES schools, and so some of the comments in our meetings have been about resources for non-NES. Obviously, we have a focus on NES and NES line. So to address these what-if scenarios for these non-NES schools, what are we doing to support them throughout this next year?
Yeah, so it's a nuanced question, it's a complicated question. Here's the answer. One of the challenges of this district is that it's been very autonomous. Schools have had their own budgets. They make their own decisions about who to hire. You have some schools with the same size, but their FTE, the number of teachers, is different by a factor of 20. Why? Because this principal picked to have a lot of teachers. This principal picked to have a lot of office managers, assistant principals, et cetera. That's been the culture for a lot of time. And that's been a choice. People have wanted their autonomy. I want to have 3 APs instead of 2, and I'll take fewer teachers. The budget is theirs too, but it has caused a whole bunch of problems, partly because there's no accountability. We have schools out there this year that went over budget, or last year, and became our problem in June, that were over budget by $300,000 or $400,000. One school, $300,000, but several schools that did that. No consequence, no check. How it got to that point, I don't know. That's another systems problem. And then we have schools that are choosing to be an NES or choosing not to be, choosing their curriculum. And that's been the way. Now, I've been very careful in saying, I don't want to take over the whole thing, right? We have to do it in an orderly manner. We can't upset the apple cart. In fact, I only wanted to do 28 schools and let most of the other programs go. So that's the difficulty. Here's the answer, though, that you're looking for, and that is, if they are D or F school, first of all, everybody across the board are going to get special attention in special education. We'll do more supports. I'll show you in a minute how we're going to do that. And also principal eval. And 20% of the principal's evaluation is tied to special education. We're going to do instructional training, instructional feedback. You saw the principal's training. We're doing Teachers Academy, Principals Academy. It's a lot of training for all schools. And then for the D and F schools that are non-NES and non-NES aligned, we'll do what I did in Dallas, and that is we'll have a separate meeting for each of those schools and assess what supports they need. And even if they were autonomous, which they are, if they need an additional administrator, we're going to do that. If they need curricular support, we're going to do that. We're going to offer the lesson plans. They don't have to use them, that we're providing for the NES and NES aligned schools. Just offer voluntary to see if they want to use them. So those are the sorts of supports we'll provide. But remember, this is an autonomous. This year, during the year, part of the priority work areas is defined autonomy. So we're going to assess every school on their autonomy, on their effectiveness, and some of the key metrics, and then we'll provide the autonomy that they've earned, not blanket autonomy, for the following year.
Okay, I think we're good.
Ready
Please
to go on?
proceed. Yeah.
All right. The unit concept. I know this is a little, this may be a hard concept to grasp. These are the 4 divisions, so 4 areas. We call them divisions. And we're trying to push supports closer. And the division superintendents and their team, so let me back up. Every division has feeder patterns, 6. The West Division only has 5, but the Bel Air is so big, it's kind of like 6. So 6 feeder patterns in a division. Every 2 feeder patterns is a unit. So there are 3 units in a division, okay? So feeder pattern, 2 feeder patterns is a unit, 3 units is a division. And so we're going to push the supports to the units, and what you see on the map there are the unit headquarters. So there's one at Kashmir, Austin, Jones, and Westbury, the 4 division, 4 headquarters for the division. And then you see Hattie May up there too. That is where they're located. And in those places, you have 3 of these. So remember, division has 3 units because there's 6 feeder patterns. So this is 1 unit. These units will be at those locations. And that means HR support is closer, not at Hattie May, but at those sites. Okay, so that we can support the schools better. And there'll be more attention. Right now, you call up in central office and it kind of goes into, I don't want to say a void, but it's hard to pin down who's responsible for what. This will be much easier to pin down who's responsible for answering the questions and getting supports to the teachers.
Superintendent, excuse me. So
Yes,
you're
ma'am.
saying that all of those individuals will be housed at one of those 4 high schools?
That's correct.
Thank you.
And we took care to select the right places that had enough space. You notice that many of them are high schools that are way under enrolled. At some point, we may have to move the units, the supports, to another place. But right now, we have places that are way under enrolled, and so they can fit that many people. All right. We've already talked about this reorganization, but not in a board meeting. Just to show you, this is how many positions we had when we started. You will recall, and I should have put it on here, that in the last 6 years, central office expenditures and people has grown by 61%. And the enrollment has gone down 27,000. So that's why you have 10,000 people at the start of the summer, positions, not people, positions, and now we have 7,842 positions. All total, there were about 650 people RIF'd. Many of whom, not all, many of whom received jobs that were vacant when people leave, retire, or whatever. That happened, not only the vacancies, but also actual reorganization to be much more effective in how we do our work. Vacancies. This is the teacher vacancies at the beginning of the year, except the 3rd column is an estimate. It's already down to 206. And I got to tell you, these 4 division superintendents have done amazing work. I hope you have an idea of what it really takes to start the summer off with 900 teacher vacancies and now be at 206, or teacher vacancies. Yes, Paul.
I'm sorry, can you just ask them to raise their hand?
Oh, yeah. Could the 4 of you stand up so the... Orlando Riddick, Laura Stout, Imelda De La Guardia, and Luz Martinez, thank you very much. You're working really hard. And they're not done, and they know that. We have 3 job fairs coming up. One's tomorrow. They're doing individual job fairs. And we've had, I think just yesterday, well, there's a slide on it. I'll talk then, but we had over 1,000 applications, I think, in just one day. I'll show you the better numbers. The number 238 was what it was early this morning, before the accounting and everything overnight and today. So now we're down to 206. So, there was a mass exodus, but that was last year. Yeah, with 644 vacancies at the start of last year, not this year. Let's talk about this notion of certification. Let me start at the bottom because and I'll read it because it's a little bit small. So the bottom half is this last year's numbers. The very bottom means that at the beginning of the year, remember there were 644 vacancies. 8 people from central office went to teach class at the beginning of the year. There was I think there was a news story about it or something, but 8 out of 10,000, that should not have been a news story, but okay, fine. Then associate teachers are substitutes. So there were 478 substitute teachers covering classes at the beginning of the school year, last year, 478. So that's a lot of subs. And no offense to subs, but they can't replace an effective teacher. Then there were 48 teachers on non-renewable permits. A non-renewable permit is a waiver, except it's a waiver of a teacher whose major is in education. So it's the same thing as a waiver, but an education major. So, and there were no assistant principal waivers and no teacher waivers. And then there's 2 types of waivers beyond the permit. One is for alternative certification program candidates. Teachers who are getting their certification through an alternative program. That's a waiver you can get that's allowed by law, and everybody does it. This district did 320 of them last year. The other type of waiver is for teachers with a bachelor's degree, pass the background check and all that, but they don't have a certification. That's another waiver you can get legally. So last year there was 320 waivers for candidates in alt-cert programs. So they're working on it. This year, we have 294 such candidates so far, 294 alt-cert candidates, and we have 84 teacher waivers, teacher certification waivers beyond the alt-cert. 84. There are 273 schools in this district. 84 is, less than a third. So we're doing very well with our hiring. By the way, all those teachers had an interview. It's not like putting a sub in or leaving vacancies. And if you look at the numbers, you said 644. There's about 150 teachers last year that went unfilled, not even with the sub. And I asked Thomas Hilliard, our chief of HR, well, what did the schools do with 150 positions that were unfilled, no sub, and they do what schools do, and what principals do. They combine classes, they raise the number. If they had 3 third-grade classes and 1 was vacant, then they just had larger class size for a while they were trying to hire. Or they put 2 classrooms together. Principals do a number of things to try to help the kids even on the first day. So that was what's happening. And I'd rather have a teacher who's been interviewed by a principal whom the teacher's hiring, who's going to be coached, who goes through the training, even though it's 84, than 150 positions unfilled. That's what we're doing. That makes more sense. That's the right thing for kids. And we're getting it done. Hopefully we'll be close to 0 when the August 28th starts. Yes, yes, ma'am.
Can I ask you about the waivers on the 84 teachers? Can you describe where those teachers are in terms of both what grade levels they'll be teaching, and then also what schools, if they're concentrated in any particular school, NES, non-NES, NES aligned?
Yeah, I don't have that information, okay, but I can get that information for you. My guess is the vacancies were across the board, and not in the NES and NES aligned schools. In fact, like I said, there's almost 0 NES vacancies today. So the certifications are not there. The 84 teachers are probably not there. They're throughout the district, is what I imagine. But we can try to get you that number. Okay.
Madam Chair, just a question. Out of the 84, do we anticipate, do we encourage them to get certified, number one, and or be an educator as their profession after they enter our district?
Yeah, thanks for asking, because I meant to say this. Number one, if you want to be a professional educator, you should get your certification. If you want to be a professional educator, you should get your certification, because it'll help you if you're looking elsewhere in another district or something like that, right? That will help. So yes, we're encouraging that. However, having said that, for HISD, this is a one-year solution. Why is that? Because the pay-for-performance system evaluates teacher on their effectiveness. Their pay is not tied to certification or years of experience. It's tied to how effective are you. So if, let's say, for example, that one of the teachers, one of those 84 teachers, is working in an NES or NES-aligned school, an NES-aligned school. They're going through the evaluation process this year. Let's say at the end of the year, they're evaluated proficient on this rigorous evaluation system. That person will be rehired, and that person will make $80,000 as a base salary because they're that effective. Another person who's certified, if they are unsat, that person will be non-renewed. That's how the pay-for-performance system works. Effective teachers get paid more, less effective teachers get paid less. That is the pay-for-performance plan, and has nothing to do with certification or years of experience. That's the deal.
Can I ask one more question about those 84? I know we have retired teachers or teachers who left the profession and allowed their certification to expire. Of those 84, can you give us, I know you don't have the number today, but can we get a number of those instances where it's a returning teacher or that just allowed their certification?
Yes, sir. Thanks for asking. That's a good point. I don't have the number today, but I can get that. I did hear anecdotally, and I know anecdotes don't prove anything, but it does suggest that some of those teachers are teachers who had left the profession or took a hiatus, raised their kids for a few years and come back to teaching. So yeah, I'm sure there's some of those. We'll get you that number. That's a good point. Yes, sir.
Another follow-up, just in regards to the prior slide, I think, which was the vacancies. I think you were at 650 in the prior year, roughly 650. So, and now go back forward, and I want to understand the 478, the 48, and the 8 were used to fill the vacancies?
No, the 48 are like the ACP teachers. They filled a spot. So that's not counted in the 644.
Okay, so the 644 minus the 478, that's how they were filling the vacancies. And so
they were filling the vacancies with substitute teachers or 8 central office people.
Got it. And so with regard to a reduction in the number of vacancies we've got now, you're saying that we don't need those 478 to fill, obviously, the lower number, which is currently at 206.
That's right. So if we stay at 2206, which we won't, but let's just say we wind up with 50 vacancies at the start of the school year, we'll hire 50 substitute teachers.
One last one. Just what's your sense for attrition? So the year starts, teachers realize this isn't for me. What's your sense of that, and how do you plan for that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So here's my experience. In any large urban district, there's a lot of movement. And it starts even on day one. When you have 10,000 teachers, and we have 11,000, almost 150 teachers, that's a lot of people, and some people get ill, some people come to school the first day and say, I thought I could make it another year, and, I can't. So how many people would we lose immediately out of 11,100? Maybe less than one per school. Less than one per school. And I don't have any experience here with that. That's just my experience with large urban school systems. And so we'll in many cases, we'll overhire to protect that. And in the NES and NES schools, the teacher apprentices will step up in those cases. All right. Any other questions?
Nope, I think we're good. Please, thank you.
All right. So the applicant volume remains high. Yesterday, we received more than 1,300 applications. Now, to be fair, I haven't looked at these applications, but I've looked at applications recently that apply for teachers, and many of those applications are people we would not hire and we would dismiss right away. But a lot of them will be teachers who are strong or at least willing to learn and grow. We're conducting hundreds of interviews every day. I've talked about our division superintendents, and then we have another hiring fair tomorrow, and then each week after that, as well as some of the things that the division soups are doing. So we feel pretty good that we'll come in close to zero, which has never happened here. But more than that, this happened over the summer. I told you earlier, or at least I told the community, if you're hiring in July, you're wrong as a district. You're wrong. You should be starting in February and ending by the end of June, maybe even by the end of May. That's what you should have. Now, yes, some people will leave over the summer and you have to fill those. But starting with 800 or 900 vacancies in June, that's already a problem.
Superintendent, the wild cries 60 days ago that all of our teachers or many teachers were going to be disenfranchised and quit. Has that happened?
No, that hasn't happened. And not only that, people are stepping up. People are stepping up and going to the NES and NES aligned schools. And, that's a tribute to the teachers here in HISD. I think that's something to be proud of, as well as the principals. The principals have stepped up. There was an example, the same outcry came, every teacher in Pew is going to leave. Pew is, I think, fully staffed today. Pew Elementary. All right, so anything else?
Nope, I think we're good, please.
All right, I'm gonna stop this slide because Allison Matney will present the next part of the agenda, Madam President, on the district's goals from last year. You're going to use yours? Okay. No, go ahead. We'll take just 1 second to shift.
While you're setting up, we may take a quick 5-7 minute break.
Yes.
So
Oh, sorry.
let's do that.
Thank you.
We'll come back at 7:32.
Yeah, I know, I needed to. It's good information. Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
You ready?
Absolutely.
Okay, please go ahead. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, board. My name is Allison Matney, and I'm here this evening to present to you a very brief update to bring you up to speed with the former board's goals and where we are with those. It's the teacher in me. I always want to start with keeping everyone safe, so I'm going to teach through some of the charts and graphs so that we have an equal understanding. And then we always start with a glossary. You know, the thing that we do best in education is abbreviate things. And so we want to make sure that we have a glossary for you so that you understand some of the terms as we go through. I'm not going to go through all of them, but they're there for you to reference as well. So we're going to start with goal 1. And the goal 1 goal that is set to expire in 2024 is around 3rd grade reading at or above grade level. The percentage of 3rd grade students performing at or above grade level in reading, as measured by the meets grade level standard on STAR, will increase 8 percentage points from 42% in June 2019 to 50% in June 2024. So that is the very first goal that was set. And we have 2 charts here, and I'm going to start with the one on the left. What this shows you is the blue line shows the score, the actual score that our students achieved, and the red line is our target. You can see here there's a blank spot for 2020. We show a couple of years of data prior. In 2020, we did not have the STAR assessment, so that's why that is blank. But we can see before that COVID year and then moving on past, we set that target for 2021 at 42 and then incrementally increased to the end target in 2024 of being 50% of our 3rd graders in reading being at the meets grade level standard or higher. You can see for 2021 and 2022, the data is there. We are anticipating any minute to actually get the standards for 3rd grade through 8th grade STAR tests. They're due any minute. So we do not have data yet because the tests changed this year and TEA went through a new standard setting process. So that is the overall reading goal. We've got our 3 progress measures. The 3 progress measures are supposed to matriculate up to the goal and be predictive of the goal. And those 3 were 1st grade reading, 2nd grade reading, and 3rd grade reading on our literacy screener, and at the time that was Renaissance. You've heard Superintendent Miles talk about NWEA MAP. That is going to be the tool that we use going forward, but in the past it has been Renaissance. So you can see there, you've got a couple of years where the data is a little interesting in the middle because we had students testing at home. So we just called those data quality issues. Sometimes we had parents helping students with testing just because they wanted to be supportive. So we do have a couple of years there where we've got some data, a couple of additional lines there to show. But the big picture here on this slide is the red line show the expected targets for each year. The blue line show the actual, and we are significantly under, double digits for each of these indicators, under where our target that our previous board set out for us in each of these areas. When we look at goal 2, it's a similar goal, only we're looking at math here. So 3rd grade students scoring at math, increasing 8 percentage points. Our starting point was 46 to scale up to 54 by June 2024. So again, similarly from the reading slide, you can see here the red target line to scale up to 54%. The blue actual line, we saw a nice increase from 2021 to 22 in the actual STAR math scores. And we're excited about that, and hopefully that 2023 will be above the target line. But again, we need to wait until we have receipt of those scores to be able to report out on that. So here we're looking at 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade math, again on that screener. And you can see, similarly to the STAR, the 3rd grade STAR scores, the math scores are a little closer to the target, but still not at or above the target for any of the previous years. So we are still missing the mark here when it comes to expected, where we expected to be based on the previous targets outlined by the previous board. So when we look at goal 3, that is our college, career, and military readiness indicator. So we're looking at the percent of graduates that meet one of the indicators to be college, career, military ready. Upon graduation, increasing 8 percentage points. We were at 63% for our 17-18 graduates, and the target is to be at 71% for the 22-23 graduates. So we have here, the methodology has changed a few times, so you do see a purple line in there. We used to include military. TEA has changed the methodology of how we are collecting military readiness, so we wanted to kind of have a before and after because we did dip once they stopped collecting that. So again, red target line, you've got our blue actual score there, and CCMR indicators are lagging, and some of them we have to use AP, SAT test data. And so as you can see here and on the next slide, we are behind a year because we have to wait for those data points to come in. So the 3 progress measures here, we looked at where students were in 11th grade because it's still actionable. We could still schedule them in classes, get them remediation. So you can see here again the red target lines. The blue bars are 11th grade. We did report out 10th grade and 12th grade just to see the movement. But again, the story here is we've got some of these indicators that are still behind for 11th graders for each of these 3 areas. And then goal 4, our final goal, is specifically around our students with disabilities. And so we're looking at reading for that population of students. In grades 3 through 8, reading, as well as English 1, end of course, so STAR end of course assessment, and English 2. So looking at reading for students with disabilities, increasing 8 percentage points from 21% to 29%. So those our baseline was very low. You can see here the targets. We did see some nice increases from 21 to 22, and throughout the school year last year, we continued to see some increases. So you can see our students with disabilities were hitting those targets at a much greater rate than the general population from the previous slides. So there were some specific things that were put in place with students with disabilities instructionally and structurally, and we saw those outcomes in these assessments for that population of students. Superintendent Miles?
Any questions?
I have a quick question. I think you talked about NWEA MAP versus Renaissance. Can you just speak to, and maybe this is a question for later, but Superintendent Miles or Ms. Matney, how do those jive with STAR tests better or differently than the other?
Absolutely. So they're both normed reference tests. They're nationally normed reference, which means students take the test and then it's normed with a similar population of students, whereas STAR is an achievement. So all of our students could get a perfect score on STAR, but not all of our students are going to be in the 40th percentile on MAP or on Renaissance. So they're similar in that way. It's 2 different products, competitors, 2 different products, but that is how, those are the biggest differences.
Okay.
The other thing is that on NWA, it's a better measurement for growth and progress monitoring. STAR, I agree, STAR is a one-time summative test. It has some utility in that it gives you an overall picture of what the school or the classroom is doing. But that doesn't help us during the year, and it doesn't really help teachers that much. NWA is more about growth and percentile growth. So it compares kids to all the kids in the nation that are taking this test. About 6 million students take it, so it's a nationally norm reference test. It's also very fast to administer, 90 minutes on average for math, 90 minutes for language arts, and for science.
I have a question. Looking at the students with disabilities improvement, I don't know how big that population is, but it looks pretty awesome and amazing. And I'm wondering, particularly because we looked and it showed that they are now achieving at higher than they were pre-COVID, it looked like. I mean, it's not up there, but I just want to make sure that's accurate. And then you said structural and instructional changes. Are there any learnings, best practices that we can gather and leverage to our students that are behind?
So I'll start with absolutely. We ended the year last year above pre-pandemic. So huge celebration, huge wins for the teams that were working with those populations of students.
So there's special education is very nuanced. There are so many different disabilities or challenges for different students with IEPs. But the one thing that we know that kids should get is high quality instruction, even in special education services. And that's not often the case. We also know that special education teachers are overworked. Everybody says that. It's true, because not only do they have to be a great instructor, plan lessons and things like that, grade papers, look at every kid individually, they also have to attend ARD meetings, they have to attend parent conferences, they have to do all of the things on top of what they're already doing. So best practice would be to eliminate some of the workload for the special ed teacher, have a caseload tied to IEP hours, not the number of kids, because some kids need only 2 hours of services or 4 hours of services. So 30 kids over here doesn't equal 30 kids over here. So that's best practice, and also to ensure that you do more what we call resource classes. Get a special education teacher who's a math expert, who's good at math, to teach students math, special ed students math. Get a special ed teacher who's good at reading instruction to teach kids reading. So it's complex because the kids are so differentiated, but it still can be done.
Adam, Mr. Mavon.
Thank you for the presentation. So one of the things I've been doing is trying to get a handle on, we've got a lot of road to trod as we go forward. And as we get ready to set goals and work with the community to figure out what that looks like, one of the things that I think is important is sort of setting the norm for what good looks like. And so as I've researched, I found that grade schools and school districts, about 60 to 70% of the students are achieving at or above grade level. You saw some of the goals that were presented. And so as we look towards and trek towards our 35 goals, we want to make sure that we begin to consider how we're going to be setting goals toward that. And in respect to that, I did also have a comment or a question about CCMR. The information that was presented, I don't know that if there's a way to adjust and account for the new rules and guidelines from TEA. And I want to also consider and see whether you've got any plans in place to account for the lag that exists and how we can make sure that we're trekking goals towards and accounting for that slight disparity as well.
Yeah, that's a tough question, but let me answer it. There's nothing we can do about the lag except try to not lag again the following year, right? That's one thing we can do. The other thing, though, and despite what everybody says, we're not test prepping for STAR. What we're doing is making sure kids can read and making sure kids can do math. So STAR doesn't enter the picture until the end of the year. Still, having said that, the reason for ensuring that we do well in reading and math is not only to graduate kids who can read and do math, and also add to a year 2035 preparation, but it's also so that we can have an accountability rating that gets us out of intervention, that also ensures that we continue to receive the services that we're supposed to receive for all these kids in the lower performing schools. So what we need to do with regard to STAR is we need to make sure that we really focus on end of course exams for Algebra 1, English 1, and English 2. At the same time, growing our CCMR for the following year. It's already too late for this year.
Any other? Ms. Linder?
Quick question, thank you. Do you know about any of the specific actions that were initiated or taken in order to reach these goals, you know, when they were this previous set of goals that were set? And were any of those shown to be effective, shown to be ineffective, and what's planned for this coming year in non-NES schools regarding any of those?
I'll start with special ed specifically, because we saw such great increases there. So one of the things was just ensuring that a student's individual education plan, their IEP, was written on grade level, that it was standards-based. So just that the department really going through and making sure that when the plan that the teacher is required to implement by law was actually written to set everyone up for success. So it starts there in that ARD meeting, the admission review and dismissal meeting, that parents sit in, teachers sit in, administrators sit in, and they talk about what goals the students need. And so just making sure they went through and found that the goals were not written at high levels and were standards-based. So making that change, we had responses that just that helped support the instruction in the classroom, which resulted in the results that I shared with you this evening.
For the other grades, there's not much movement, as you can see. And to be fair to the administration, there's a lot of autonomy prior to this year, and there's still autonomy for 188 schools in this district. Not as much as last year, but still quite a bit. And the administration, last year's administration, at least started to take away some of that autonomy with regard to high quality instructional materials. So they piloted Amplify and Eureka. Those are language arts and math curriculum. And that didn't impact the scores you see. That'll impact 23. But it was an uneven start. I'm sure they would tell you that, meaning some schools did well in implementation, some didn't. Some schools had boxes of Amplify still unboxed, and things like that. So part of the solution is not to take away all the autonomy, but to make sure that in the key areas like curriculum design and instruction, that we're all on the same page.
Okay, I think we're good. Please.
All right. So on the next on the agenda, I know the board is going to go out and get input for their goals and constraints. In the meantime, you know, we need to operate with some goals, and you have them in the Destination 2035 plan, especially around the priority work areas. As you know, you can read the plan. We've talked. We don't do much without some metric so that we guide our work and that we can measure our success. So all 11 priority work areas, I didn't put them here. You've had a spreadsheet. We'll tweak those given that we have more information now, but those are the goals and metrics for the priority work areas. For the large goals that we're hoping the board, when the board gets information, it will inform the goals that we have here, and they're not unlike the year before, meaning the first goal is around DNF schools. That is part of the TEA's charge to us. That's part of the intervention criteria to exit. So we have DNF rated schools. I don't know if it'll be 50, so that number will change when the scores come out in September. But I just put a placeholder in there, and then we wanted to cut it in half, or actually a little bit more than half. That will be a heavy lift because, you know, I already told you the CCMR scores they are what they are, and there's not much we can do about that. But also, we want to raise the accountability rating for the NES schools, raise them 1 grade level. These are not sandbag goals. These are challenging goals, and I'd rather have challenging goals that we don't meet all the way than have easy goals that really just make us look good, but doesn't help the kids. The second bullet, the NES schools will achieve an average of 1.5 years of growth on the NWA math test. That means 1.5 times the national average. The national average for NEA is always 1. In other words, 1 year of growth on NWA is what the average is in the nation. We want to be 1.5 times that in the NES schools. That will not be easy to do. But that's what our kids need. And then the NES schools, so I told you the percentile rating. So just to give you an idea, and we're going to do way more explanation when we actually take the NES or the NWA test. But the average well-resourced kid in America scores around the 65th percentile on NWA. Underserved kids score around the 30th percentile. So there's a gap of about 35%, or 25% to 30% for underserved students. We want to move that percentile closer to the 60th over time. So how many years does it take? To move a percentile, a kid from the 30th to the 37th or 36th percentile is phenomenal in 1 year. That's 6 or 7 points in 1 year, which means in 3 years you close at 21%. In 4 years, 28%, somewhere close to that. That's when you're closing the gap. So not only do you have to have growth, but you have to have achievement, proficiency growth. Okay, so we'll do much more with that when we get the NWA scores, and I'll show you graphically what I'm talking about. But this is one big goal. Every district, we should have it too, some goal related to our charge. The second goal has to do with the quality of instruction. I know that most districts don't do this. We do, because the quality of instruction is a leading indicator. Everybody knows when you walk into a classroom, if the instruction is good, you can already tell that the kids are going to grow, achievement-wise. If the instruction is poor, you already know the kids aren't going to get there. That's why it's a leading indicator, and that's why we're going to measure it in this way. The third goal is our second charge from the state. We have to have some special education goal. Here, it's not just about compliance, although you know in the priority work area we have some compliance goals. It's also about achievement. This is a huge goal, 1.4 times the national average for special education students. That's going to be tough. But that's the goal we're going to set. That's why it's part of the principal evaluation system. That's why we're adding special education teachers. That's why we're building resource classrooms. That's why the quality of instruction will be stronger. That's what we have to do to get to that goal. We actually have to do, different things in order to get that goal. And then finally, CCMR. We're not going to just not do anything, right? We've got to do better in CCMR. So you can see that we're going to increase the percentage of students with college, military, public service, or industry-approved certification by 5%. And then that second bullet reflects that very first slide, or one of the first slides where I talked about the urgency, especially with CTE. We will put in place an upgraded CTE program by the end of the year to start the 24-25 school year. I hope the board will support a $20 million investment in this, and we'll have to make some cuts and some other things to do it, but that's what our kids need right away. So this is a process goal. I don't like process goals as much as I like outcome goal, but this is one that's going to lead to better outcomes down the road. And then I already talked about the priority work areas. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of my presentation. Other questions, ma'am?
Are there any questions on the presentation so far?
It's not so much a question, sorry, Adam. Not so much a question, but a comment. I appreciate the fact that we're challenging ourselves to do better. Our kids deserve it. Our city deserves it. Our district deserve it. So I appreciate the fact that we're really pushing ourselves and teachers. And of course, we're going to appreciate them as well, because without them, we can't do this. So as we consider goals for the next 5 years, we'll have a workshop about that. But my suggestion to our team is to really challenge ourselves. I believe in the potential of our students, and so we should be expecting more for our community.
And I concur. I was going to say that similar sentiment, which is continue to challenge yourself and the team. Look forward to seeing how you guys continue to work and trek towards those goals. And I also am interested in seeing how we can use some district internal data to, see how we're moving the needle in the intern.
Yeah, that's really important to me too and the team. There'll be a couple pieces of internal data besides the NWA test and the assessments. So the demonstration of learning is taken every day. We're going to keep track of that. And so you will have access when we do the quarterly report or monthly report that somebody asked for. We'll have that data for you. So you can track the progress of kids on the demonstration of learning. The other thing is on the quality of instruction, you'll see very good record keeping on our spot observations. You're going to see that by week, by school, by feeder pattern, by unit, by division, how those the spot observation and the key characteristics on the spot observation adds up every week. So that's how we track the quality of instruction. It's part of the goal, as you saw, and that data will be available to you. It also, it's not all going to be great data, right? I mean, we're going to be honest and we're going to be rigorous, and if we're not hitting it, or we dip, then we have a chance to look at why we're dipping in this area or that area, and you will too. And then you will challenge me and say, why are we falling down on this or that?
And I have a question, but some of the things that we've already talked about at some of the community meetings where we've had the community members talk about partnerships that the schools currently have or don't have, and some of the areas that we're focusing on. I would love it to know that we have some incredible community colleges and universities that are offering those programs that get our children ready for what's after high school. And so I know we've talked about it, and we've said that we will be reaching out to them because they have some wonderful programs in AI and a SHIP channel and everything that we have to offer. I think it's a way to save us money as a district and partners, so then that also kind of gives them a path to whether it's community college or university with what they're doing. So I know we've talked about it. I just wanted to mention it because I know that there are some incredible opportunities out there for us as a district.
Yes, and we'll try to be way more purposeful about that as we go forward, not only with the CTE program, but also just other programs, internships, apprenticeships, business partnerships, things like that. We have not gotten rid of contracted services or vendors. We have stopped any vendor who's on the field. I think I've explained that analogy. So that's the only one. So we still have a lot of partners. I had a meeting yesterday with the folks from Big Brothers Big Sisters. They do really good work. That partnership is going on. We had a meeting today with a group called ABLE that works with the CTE programs and the registrars for high school to make sure that we're getting the best scheduling possible for our high school kids. So there's a lot of partnerships already, but you're absolutely right. We need to do better with the universities, colleges, the medical center, and businesses.
Okay, if there's nothing else, then we'll move on to policy updates. Ms. Woods, are you planning to do a presentation on policy updates?
I think we were planning on you guys asking questions. Do you need me to address something at the beginning?
I thought that we were going to go through a kind of an overview. Is that not?
Oh, I can do that if you want.
I think it would be helpful.
Okay. I'll come over there.
Which policy are we starting with?
And if the board is okay with it, we'll do the overview, and then we can ask specific questions of the policies. And then I have on the agenda here budget updates for after that. Is that expected? Okay.
Okay. So the first policy is BDD local. The gist of the request here is that you increase the authority for the superintendent and the general counsel to settle claims without prior board approval. The basis for this request is to streamline the settlements that come before you. As you've known, because you've had at least one board meeting, we do get kind of bogged down with settlements. In some instances, we have issues where the court is asking us to settle cases quicker than we're able to because we have to wait for the next board meeting. In order for you to still understand what we're doing, obviously, lawyers have an ethical duty to report to their client any kind of significant cases, and I will continue to do that. But this will allow us to report quarterly on the mundane settlements that we tend to get. The next policy is, do you want me to wait after each policy?
No, I think if
'Cause
you'll
I think
give
that
an
might be easier.
it doesn't matter to me. You want to just go through each? Okay, let's ask any questions.
Okay, any questions for BDD local?
Anybody?
I have a
Okay,
question.
Ms. Bandy.
So again, it looks like the ask is to move from matters less than 5,000 to 100,000?
So the 5,000 was only for workers' comp case. Workers' comp cases, that's a very small percentage of what we do. So with 27,000 employees, the amount of employment matters that we have construction cases, so there are a lot of cases. And again, what I think is the better indicator of what we should be bringing to you is the significance of the case. You know, sometimes I have to bring settlements that are no money, just because that's the way the policy is written, and it's not really a good use of your time.
Any other questions on this policy? Ms. Garza-Linder?
Thank you. On the outside counsel section, those changes, why should the board support giving the superintendent full authority on getting outside counsel?
So you've already the previous board has already given that to the superintendent, but it's done by a item that is brought to the board. This is, I think, much more transparent. The language that you see here is actually the language from the agenda item yearly, and I think it's in May. The Office of Legal Services brings a panel of attorneys for the board to approve. And in the motion, you grant the authority for the superintendent and the general counsel to engage firms as needed. And that's because issues come up that you will want an attorney that is expert in that field. And so you really want to be able to name attorneys based on the need rather than, and sometimes we need to act in a timely way, which doesn't lend itself to waiting for the board meeting to request permission to enter into an engagement with an attorney. And we know how to evaluate also. You know, I have 8 lawyers under me. We evaluate which firms are doing the best work, and we make our decisions based on that as well. We try to be very, considerate about how we use the district funds.
Mr. Vaughn?
So there seems to be some logistical changes in and like how the firm, external firm sits and who they report to, and can you kind of go through what that means?
So for that is not a change in the board policy. It's always been that external firms need to work through the general counsel's office. So, and that's common everywhere, because you do want someone who's in charge of managing those cases as well. So not only do we give legal advice for the district, but I manage all the litigation and all of the grievances and those cases through outside counsel as well. So that is not a change.
Got it.
Any other?
I have a question.
Yeah, I'd like, go ahead.
Go ahead, Rick.
Go ahead first.
Okay.
So I just want to clarify, I am an attorney, right? So I think there's
And we
General
appreciate you.
Thank you.
I'm an attorney.
Thank you.
So I just had a quick question with regard to the section special counsel to the board, where it eliminates representation and advice at board meetings. So during board meetings, who will be our go-to attorney during those instances?
I will, and if we find that there is a conflict, the ethical rules govern that. So the ethical rules govern attorney conduct when there is a conflict, or there may be a conflict. At that point, we can engage outside counsel if necessary. It's just changing the requirement that someone always sit, so that we can decide how to use the resources.
Yeah, thank you.
But you will always have the ability to do that if we deem it necessary. And those are conversations that we would have before the conflict arises.
And also, as I understand it from discussions, my expectation is that if the board determines that if there's a particular issue that comes up in a board meeting that we need, for some reason, external counsel, will have it present.
Absolutely.
I'd like to just make a general comment about, we're going to talk about all these policies and a lot of the changes that are being made, and I think that there's been a lot of energy from the public and others about, what's going on and why you're doing this. And I can just tell you from my experience in 30 years of working in public entities and doing multi-billion-dollar transactions across the city of Houston, with the port, with the Sports Authority, with the city of Houston, with Houston First, that the threshold levels that we have for board involvement are the lowest and the most minutia that I've ever seen in my business career in public service in these policies. These policies handcuff the administration. They have to come to the board and say, can I settle a case for $5,001 about a car that hit a bus? And it's like, are you kidding me? That is not what this board should be doing. We have very well positioned folks that are really good at their jobs, and their responsibility is to do the work of the district. Our responsibility is to support the vision and values of the community, set high-level policy that makes the system work. The system today, I think, is fundamentally flawed because of the massive amount of mother may I's. Mother may I settle a case for $5,001. Mother may I buy a case of toilet paper for $5,000. To me, that is just beyond rational. And these policy changes are we're not trying to usurp anybody. We're not trying to take power away from this board, because we approve the budget. We approve all the money. We have an internal audit function. We have an external audit function. We have internal controls that make sure that everything that's supposed to be going on is going on according to the way it should be in any rational, reasonable business. And the fact that these policies have been put in place over the years is, in my opinion, one of the challenges that our HISD employees have in really taking care of kids long term, because they're always asking the board for, mother, may I spend $5,000 to fix, to settle a case where a car hit a bus, right? And so I think we need to recognize that when we go through these policies, that's why these changes are being made. Not because it's a usurpation of our authority, because our authority is ultimate here. And ultimately, the financials will be presented, the budgets will be reviewed, and if there are schools that are over budget by 300 grand, we need to know about it in advance, not after the school year, right? And those are the kinds of things that systems need to be put in place where we don't have those issues. So I just want to make that broad statement because a lot of what we're going to see here is the same thing in all of these, and that is just simply cutting red tape so that our government entity functions better. Okay?
Ms. Woods, I think the next agenda item, which is a policy, is number 21, approval to waive board policy BF, and then the CDC local. Is that what you have next?
Correct. And then let me just say a point about the BF local. Normally, we approve board items, board changes to policy in 2 board meetings, so we're asking you to just do it in 1.
Understood. Can you speak to item 21, which is the CDC local?
Yes, let me just get there. Okay, CDC local is the gift policy, and I apologize in advance. There is a correction that I need to make for this that you will see for the board meeting on the 10th. What it should say is that for any donation amount over $5,000, the superintendent will approve that, and if it's under $5,000, and that would be bullet 1, then it will be approved by the division superintendents or the designee.
Okay,
And so there's still one little carve out where if the gift is something made conditional, if someone wants a building named after them or something like that, that will still be brought back to the board. And if there's a gift of real property, because sometimes there's risk associated with taking ownership of property, that still will go back to the board for approval.
Thank you. Are there any questions on that policy?
If you can just, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
If you can just
Martinez?
clarify one more time for me about the 5,000, and you said anything.
So, yeah, so number 1 will read any donation that is under $5,000 cost or market value will require approval from the division superintendent or designee. And then number 2 will read any donation of $5,000 or more. So there's no gap.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on this? Moving. Okay. Ms. Garza-Linder?
Thanks. Is the intention here to make gift giving, easier? And what about gifts from PTOs, PTAs? They're often, $5,000 or more. Do you expect to be seeing these come to your desk?
They would be coming to you without the policy. So.
Right.
Yeah.
And
so,
that's part of what will streamline
the easier. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's part of what we want to do. We want to streamline the process because each, with as many schools as we have, each one of those gifts would have to come to you for approval. Anything over $5,000.
Any other comments, questions? Can we move on? Yes, sir.
Just clarity. So in the change of the written policy, is there something that allows for a continual summary to be provided of what those gifts are? Beyond approval, just where, because at some point, someone created a policy, and there's, some reasons behind that. Obviously, accountability and visibility. And so what is it that going forward will be the new standard? And is that documented in the policy? And I'm not thinking about this administration, I'm thinking about future administrations and how we continue to see that information on the recurring.
You can actually see them in the financial statements. When you read the monthly financial statements, I'm just telling you that they're there. If you read the CAFR or whatever the annual one is, it shows every gift like that generally.
And we can also call it out in the quarterly reports if that's the will of the board.
Yeah.
It can also be, I don't want to put more work on the internal audit committee, but it could also be part of that function if there's gifts over a certain amount.
To Board Member Adams' point, would it make sense to add that to the policy to state that there's a quarterly report to be provided to the board? And again, it's for future as well. It's not just for us, but it's for future needs and future administrations.
Yeah, I think that's okay. I'd want to have a certain amount because otherwise, it's going to be a huge Any thoughts?
I just think that we need to make sure what we're really doing here, right? Which is we're simply taking the responsibility or having an easier process. There's reports that you can find this stuff in easily if you really want to see it, or go to an audit committee meeting or internal audit committee meeting that goes through that. So to me, adding additional mother may I's or to-do lists to folks in policies is the problem we have today. So I would rather not see add-ons. Oh, we'll give you the approval, and you can go do it and be responsible as a superintendent to get as many gifts as you possibly can. But I need to see them every month, right? You can see them every month if you read the financial statements, but why do another report? I mean, Superintendent, didn't you say that you eliminated tons of reports that principals were doing that you thought were a waste of time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I would rather, as a board, not put requirements in writing for future boards or for us that you can get anyway if you wanted it, right?
I think the purpose...
As a policy, that's what I'm saying.
I was going to say, I think the purpose of this modification of the policy is to eliminate the extra work that really is low risk, right? And so, to your point, I think it makes a whole lot of sense to, if there's the will of the board, obviously, it will govern here. But from my standpoint, the controls that are in place in this and through other audit and otherwise, which Rick has talked about, I think probably protect us. But if there's a request for a particular report, I don't know that it needs to go in policy. It may just be a practice. Right. Would be my suggestion.
I understand and I appreciate your point of view. My point is, if we've got a policy, then there should be some meat behind it. And if we want just a regulation and let them manage it, then do a regulation. We don't need the policy. Because if we're making a policy about who does what in the administration at this point, and that's the only legs on the policy, then it's really just a regulation, and it's not a policy at all. So either don't have a policy or put something in it that actually gives us something that we need.
Okay. Well, I think unless there's any other comments, are there any other comments?
No, I'll just clarify that the point of my question was, is this going to make it easier? The grant development, process, department is going to make this easier. Spark Parks are a great example, I think, where anecdotally they have a really hard time, giving parks to the district. So whatever the processes are, that they're going to be made easier so that we can work with the community much more easily.
It certainly will make it easier.
Okay, if there's no other comments, let's move on. I think item 22 is relating to board policy CH local.
Yes, and I might have to get Jim to help me with this one.
Yes. This is the one, the main question here is the solicitation or purchase items of moving from $100,000 to $2 million.
Can we, if somebody wants to give an overview, that would be helpful. If not, I think probably many people have a similar question about why the $2 million, how do we get there? What's the importance of that number versus 100,000? What does it do for the administration, et cetera?
And I'll start with that, but happy to have others chime in. This is a big district with actually somewhere around $2.7 billion budget if you count other funds, not just the general fund. And there are big purchases. And if you want to work effectively, sometimes those purchases come in big amounts. I'm used to working with big dollars, and so are some members of the board. $2 million sounds a lot. Last week, or 2 weeks ago, I had Jim brought to me 4 $500,000 contracts that vendors wanted us to sign for surveying in preparation for a bond. 4 different $500 contracts. That's $2 million right there. I didn't sign it in this case because it wasn't competitive enough. Each one was not competitive enough. And so you know, there's that sort of stuff that goes on too. But in any case, there are other things that add up quickly. Look at the ViewSonics, the interactive smartboards we're going to purchase, the equipment that we're going to purchase in the NES and NES Aligned School, just the desks, the standing desks, the like I said, Chromebooks, Surface Pros. Those are all huge items that we purchase because we're a big district. And so it's not like it'll be hidden. This has to be in the budget. The budget will be approved or not approved. Amendments will be there. The audit committee still exists, and they will be looking at these things. These have to be reported out. So this just allows the district to move faster and more efficiently when there are big items. And again, we're a big district. Just buying Surface Pros for everybody in the NES schools, or the teachers, not everybody, is a huge expense. So that's why raising it from $100,000 to $2 million makes sense. There's other big districts that don't have $2 million, they have $500,000. They're slow, they're bureaucratic, and they're not getting student achievement results. Are less effective and less efficient. Chicago, LA, yeah, they're not getting it done. They have a very bureaucratic, cumbersome process to do anything because it's very political there, and you know, politics run all these vendor contracts.
Can you speak to the controls that are in place with regard to them? I think you mentioned audit. Is there anything else that you want to comment on?
And Jim and Rick can also chime in because they're in the audit. They will be looking at the audit, internal and external. So there are 2 audits. Well, it's actually 3. We have to report out every month our financial updates. Every quarterly, we give even more detail on our finances, both the revenue and expenditures. And then there's the financial audit that we have to do. We hire an outside auditor. The board will find an external auditor to do that in conjunction with Jim Terry. And that will be an annual audit. That's by law. And then we have internal audit function, which I believe board member Campo is going to run. And so there are several checks and balances on the expenditures. And then there's a check from me. I mean, I will make sure that we're spending our money wisely. One of the things that happens in big districts that got this district in trouble is this non-competitive bidding process, this using vendors of friends, you know, or other acquaintances in the district, political interests, whatever, and I don't do that, and my team's not going to do that, and so we'll be protected that way as well. I just told you a real example: $400,000 or $500,000 contracts weren't competitive enough. I can go into detail as to why. There's going to be some people mad at me and mad at you because those contracts that were written before we got here were not signed.
Does anybody have any questions, Ms. Mendoza?
I do. Procurement in this district has been talked about a lot in the last several years, and so it's very important. I just want to make sure, and I think I heard you say, and I know we have processes for procurement and competitive bidding, that if we do approve this policy, that the same processes and procedures will be followed for competitive bidding, including in this policy is the MWBE piece, that we're making sure that we are also seeking out our small businesses in the community. So just want that assurance.
Yes, ma'am, and the goal for our MWBE has not changed. We're going to still try to hit that mark. So that hasn't changed. I think the biggest issue here is the amount. But again, I think the board will keep us honest. I will do the same. I have a really good CFO who was an associate commissioner, by the way, of finance at TEA. Also knows the regulations and laws. They're very strict, and so and we have other checks and balances in the system.
Mr. Ravon, please.
So I'm also concerned regarding the thresholds that we used. So I'm interested in kind of getting an idea of how many contracts fall in these different thresholds that would normally come to the board and that will no longer come to the board. So essentially that frees up space for the superintendent's time. And then, you know, how we derive the 2 million specifically. And then separately, and you can, and I can wait or I can ask, but in the latter part, talking about sole source contracts, I'm concerned about the impact of small businesses in this regard, because if we up that to 500,000, that may, you know, in future tense, preclude some folks in certain situations, small businesses specifically.
Yes, so on the first question, did you want to comment?
I can speak a little bit to it. I think I can come back with those numbers. I think my team reviews all of the contracts that go through the system, and typically we've been asking the board to sign even after you've approved about 40 contracts per month. And that depends on what is going on in the district. So when I started as the general counsel, that was February, end of February, March. And so between that time and now, we had, we went through like 200 contracts. So it just depends on what time of the year it is, but I can give you more specifics. And then of course, if we're doing anything significant like a ramp up, the number of contracts that we have will increase. So it's kind of a difficult number, but I'll give you sort of around last year how many contracts we reviewed. But it's not a small number.
And in some cases, time matters. I mean, look at what we did this summer. I mean, it's, you know, sometimes you have to move pretty fast. With regard to the sole source, actually raising the sole source limit will allow us to have sole source with smaller businesses on a more frequent basis. And so I think that will actually help smaller vendors. If we follow the sole source rules, of course, and they're very specific, they're outlined here. So sole source is not an easy thing to do because we have to follow the state and federal statutes.
Ms. Woods, can I ask a question about the purchasing authority? And I'm looking at page 161 of the packet, which is the strikeout of the language that says state law requires the board to make or approve a purchase. Do you see that? The superintendent or designee shall have authority to determine the method of purchasing to be used, and so on. And then it says, unless state law requires the board to make or approve a purchase. Do you see that? Right. Mm-hmm. And maybe this is a legal question for closed session, but I'm curious about that.
Yeah, I'll answer it in closed session.
Okay.
But I can say that we reviewed this to make sure that it's in compliance with the law, and it is.
Okay. Well, we're going to closed session later, so we'll take it up then. Okay. Any other questions on this item? Yes, ma'am.
I support the intent of this change, but isn't it a bit premature given that the internal audit function isn't set up yet? And you commented earlier about the level of change, you know, to the organization that we've just gone through. A lot of change in the last few months. Shouldn't the dust settle a little bit on some of these organizational changes before we start to trust that these processes are going to work as intended?
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment, except that we have the other controls. So legal control, we have the regular finance briefings that we're going to be bringing, and even though the internal audit is being set up, we have people on the board who can oversee that function, and will oversee that function even now. So I think there's still checks and balances and controls, and again, all of this has to be reported out. This is not, you know, just because there's something in board policy doesn't mean that we don't report out, especially on our financial statements.
Okay. Any other questions?
I do. So I don't know the reason why. I do agree that the $100,000 threshold is very minimal. We do need to become more efficient as a district. But I also understand the concerns from the community, right? Recent past tells us exactly what happens when individuals do inappropriate things with our finances. And so I think that's the concern from our community. So one is I would ask the question, why the request to waive the second reading? What's the urgency to do that with this particular policy, or any of the policies, to be honest with you? And then and I think it is important. So I actually looked at other districts near our area, and it's actually a little bit of both. It's a mixed bag. We have some districts that say $50,000, and then one large district, not too far from here, actually allows for approvals up to anything up to $250,000 over the budgeted amount. So even if we use that language, there's millions of dollars that are budgeted, and in those districts, they're approving them, so long as it's not over $250,000 over that budgeted amount. So I do believe, at least in my opinion, that there's a happy middle there. $2 million, again, personally, I'll still need some convincing that we'll have all of the controls. And to Trustee Jeanette's point, we're ramping up, we're getting started. And so from a board perspective, it's about building trust and confidence in our processes. And so that's my take on that.
Yeah, I would, I understand that. That makes sense, what you say. My take is that bad actors are bad actors, whether it's 100,000, 500,000, or $1 million. It's not going to stop them from acting badly, no matter what the amount is. Bad actors should get caught and dealt with accordingly. And so 100,000, if anybody on the team was a really bad actor and stupid enough to act upon that bad action, then $100,000 is not going to stop them from doing that. In fact, it didn't stop the people from doing it, right? It was $100,000, and look what they did.
Let me make a comment on this.
Yeah.
I will tell you that the lower the threshold that we give to our superintendent, the higher the risk that board members get greedy. Okay? Because if you look at all these contracts on page 38 of the deck, I'll ask every board member to explain each contract and tell me who it is, how it was procured, and what the deal is with it. And guess what? No one will be able to answer that question unless one of your friends decided to do it and you're helping them get it. So the risk that people have, when you think about control, and we're the ones up here, the 9 folks that approve all this money, we're the ones who control the money. Guess what? That's where the problems happen with boards, is they get this power thing. I can give you a contract, right? We trust our team. If we don't trust our team, then we should fire them all, okay? We have internal controls in place. We have external audits. We have internal audits. We have budgets. We have financial statements. We have all of these systems in place. But guess what? With all those systems in place, whether it's HISD, whether it's any public company in America or a private company in America, complicit fraud happens because, and you can't stop complicit fraud. If you have bad actors, as Superintendent points out, guess what? All you have to have is 2 people or 3 people, and you can steal money anywhere. And so if you think that a threshold of $2 million is too much on a $3.3 billion revenue entity, what you're doing is handcuffing the administration. It's interesting to me to think about $100,000 versus $500,000 versus $2 million. I think it should be $10 million. And we should have the best internal controls or more. And we should have the best internal audit. And at the end of the day, somebody still can steal money from HISD if they wanted to, because you can't stop complicit fraud ever. And so, when you think about this issue, and people talk about, well, we're giving him this blank check, and the ridiculous comments that were made about integrity are definitely ridiculous and awful and shouldn't happen. But at the end of the day, we're trusting our team at HISD with Mike Miles as the superintendent to educate our kids, and to say to him, oh, well, you should come. If it's $101,000, you should come and ask us for permission to sign that contract on a $3 billion budget is absolutely absurd and ridiculous, and it's the fundamental root cause of problems of dysfunctional civic boards in America today. Because it's silly to think that everybody on this board is going to understand every contract they do. You're never going to understand it. And what you're going to do is simply put your trust in the systems, audit, have great lawyers, have great business people, the chiefs that are running our business for us, and we're going to let them run it, and they're going to do a good job running it, and if they don't, we're going to fire them. Okay, so that's why I think we need to put this all in perspective. This isn't about us seceding control. This is about us seceding power to the people who should have it and taking it away from the people who does. We're not really taking away anything because we control all the budgets and all the money anyway, right? So if we want to change something, we just do it. And I think that's the thing I want to make sure everybody understands. And I want to make sure that when most of these policies, whether they be money or they be personnel or they be consultation or whatever they are, it's all about making our system more efficient so that we can deliver services to kids faster, better, and in a smart way. Okay, that's what all these policy changes are. And I will tell you, we have over 1,000 pages of policies, and we should have 50 pages. And then everything should be put into the superintendent and the team's hands, and then we should hold them accountable for the results that they're supposed to deliver for our children. And we shouldn't be up here second guessing everything they do every day unless when the goals are set, they don't meet them. Then we need to second guess everything they're doing. But I think we have to be careful that we don't get into this minutia mentality, because guess what? That's what bogs down boards. They focus on, what about this $300,000 contract on line 13 and on page 34 of the 200-page document that I'm supposed to be reading, at night. So I think that's, I'm sorry it was longer, but it was important.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Mr. Martinez?
Yeah, and it'll be short, I promise. I understand. We need to be more efficient in HISD. We do. We do. We absolutely do. But we can do, and I'll use your word, right? We can be efficient and transparent in our process. And so that's what I would ask.
Yeah, I think that transparency we can do more of.
I think it's pretty transparent. I mean, if you read the reports that are there, it's very transparent and it's online.
Yeah.
You can read every detail and it's got footnotes and financials, and it's just massive. It's amount of detail. So go get it.
We're going to move on. And Mr. Ravad, did you have a question?
No.
Let me just
Any
address
other-
the transparency,
yes.
issue on the second reading. So typically, in the past, we just did an overhaul of policy, and we would have first reading happen at agenda review, which we've renamed to work session, and we're doing things a little bit differently. And so the first reading would be at agenda review, the second reading would be at the board meeting. That's what we did for the last year. So we are honoring the spirit of that, but belts and suspenders, I'm asking you to waive the requirement because you're not going to vote today to move the policy forward.
Thank you for that
So we are still
clarification.
honoring exactly what we did, which is we talk about it in one meeting. If we talk about corrections, we will make those for the August 10th meeting, and then you will vote to finalize the policy on that day.
Thank you for that clarification, because I think that's important for our community to know, that we're not waiving 2 months, that we're not going to wait 2 board meetings to do it. Traditionally, it's
Right.
the agenda review and then the board meeting.
And folks who have been watching our board meetings will remember that cadence because it was a lot of policies.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. I believe the next item is 23.
which is approval of proposed revisions to CHE local.
Yes, and the change here is to change internal audit to ethics and compliance. And this is actually a change that reflects our practice. In practice, internal audit hasn't conducted investigations. It has been ethics and compliance in connection with the general counsel's office, if necessary. And so that's one of the reason for the change here.
And there's no change to the existence of the internal audit function in any way, correct?
What do you mean?
Other than the realization that these investigations are actually being conducted by ethics and compliance.
Right, this policy doesn't make a change to the internal audit. And I don't think internal audit is typically a function that does investigations. That is, they're usually either given to ethics and compliance if it's this sort of investigation, or our human resources for employee-related investigations.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Any other questions? Okay, moving on to number 24. I'm sorry, that's not right. Number 26. This is approval of revisions to board policy DC local employment practices.
So this is a small change. It really is to delete the sentence that indicates all applicants shall complete the online application. The only thing we want to be able to do is accept a paper application if necessary. We want to do everything possible to fill vacancies, and that means being able to be flexible and being able to adapt. And that's the only thing that we're asking. I think the preference for veterans is an addition, but it's just to clarify what that paragraph is actually about, not to change the policy in that way. And then the other part about information on application shall be confirmed. Of course, that's still going to happen. That is a function of the HR department, but the policy is what, and the regulation is the how. And if we need to put that in a regulation, that's one thing, but the policy doesn't really need to reflect that we're going to confirm. So that's why that's not there.
Are there any questions on DC local?
I have one question, and this is my HR hat from experience. And so, if I understand correctly, we're taking paper resumes, which is fine. If that's what I understand, or the ability to multiple. Indeed, I think you mentioned earlier, Indeed, different websites. I know that OFCCP, Office of Federal Contractors Compliance Program, requires that we report out disability, EEO factors, AAP. So if we're looking at all of these other sites and ways to do that, how are we gathering that information if we're not requiring them to actually apply in the system?
So this only allows an applicant to apply on Indeed or some other platform. If they get an offer, or if they're being considered for an offer, and they get an offer letter, it says dependent upon background checks and filling out other forms like the W-2. I mean, it doesn't say exactly like that. It says it more elegantly, but so they still have to fill out all the forms that HR has. But this allows us to not wait for the applicant to just apply to HISD's website, because this generation is applying more on Indeed, Monster, ZipRecruiter than they do on websites.
Yes, Mr. Ravon, please.
Just a note, additionally, district personnel will want to update Regulation DC3, which falls in line with this policy, and I just want to make sure bring it to your attention.
Yes, sir.
Anything else on this policy? Okay. Moving to number 27, which is approval of proposed revisions to board policy DGB local, employee rights and privileges. Ms. Woods or Superintendent Miles, can you give us an overview of the modifications to this particular policy, please?
Yeah, what this does, this also tied the district's hand in a couple ways. In the macro sense, it gave preference to one or two groups for input. And really, we should be getting input more broadly. For example, we'll have a discussion about the teacher evaluation system here in a minute. And I was able to get 16 teachers to give input on it. We were able to get input from the shared decision-making teams already. That group met a couple times and then shared, and you know, I didn't have to go through just a couple employee groups to get input. That's much more fair and much more broad in its input. The same thing with the principal's requirement. The division soups gave me 6 names. We're going to expand that to 24, but you know, the summer was pretty busy, so we got 6 principals. They met a couple times with me. They met on their own. We got good input, and as a result, we have a much streamlined process for principals' requirements and evaluations. So input is important, and you know we've been out in the community getting input there that way. So this generally says we can get input from any source we want, any group. It doesn't eliminate the DAC. We still have the DAC. We will still have principal groups and teacher groups, but we're not tied to having to go to a couple employee groups to change anything significant. That doesn't make any sense at all in an effective organization.
Are there any questions on this particular policy, DGB local? Mr. Ravon?
My concern here isn't having to get approval from them. I view the unions maybe slightly different, maybe similarly, but as they represent their groups. Sometimes politics gets into that and can mess up stuff, and that can happen here and that can happen elsewhere. But I think it's important that, you know, for this policy specifically, that we spend some time also understanding the feedback, not just yourself, but for us, and for me, I'll say, understanding the impacts and the secondary order effects of changing this, because it is a pretty drastic change in the way that we want to execute it. And additionally, like some of the things with payments that employees already have set up that will be impacted to union payments and that sort of thing. And I may have misread that, but again, it's just a lot of change.
We're not, we wouldn't stop that process. We're not stopping the process for employees to be able to still belong to union groups. So the pay deductions and that kind of stuff, this policy does not impact that.
Okay.
This is about the consultation meeting that is held. And in this stage, the way our regulation is written, there's an election and only one employee group per area is allowed to participate in consultation.
Got that.
So it's restrictive?
Yes.
So you don't, all comers can't come in, right?
What's that?
So it's restrictive.
It is restrictive. We're trying to open it up so that but more than opening it up, that is the MAC review, yes. I've already given you some examples. I've collaborated with the teachers union, other groups of teachers, my whole career. The reason why we passed the largest pay for performance plan in Dallas was because of great collaboration. At the same time, this policy is written to where if I want to do anything major, you know, and we had to waive it in order to do just the NES programs, we have to wait to get consultation with these groups. And that is not the way a good organization should run.
And I understand consultation, and perhaps my understanding of it is different. My understanding was you needed to share with them what was going on. However, as I look on page 3, if you flip back from this policy at the top of the page, it says dues deductions would be paid by the district, and then it strikes that out, and I don't see it being written later. So I'm not disagreeing that we want to make things efficient. I just want to make sure that as we implement a new policy such as this, that I've got confidence that our stakeholders are being considered in all factors.
Yeah, they will. I mean, we will have plenty opportunities for different groups to have input. What's challenging is stopping action by getting consultation.
Ms. Wood, Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, I was going to ask a specific question about the
go ahead.
dues deductions, just to address that question. Is that covered by CFEA legal, CFEA
I believe
legal?
so.
Okay. So this may be duplicative language that's here. In other words, the strikeout may not matter at all because it's covered in a different policy.
You're talking about the one where the superintendent.
Well, I'm looking at the dues deductions, the strikeout that Mr. Ravan was referencing, and it cites to CFEA local. So, I keep saying that, CFEA legal. And so my question is whether that policy itself provides for the dues deductions that were discussed. In other words, does that exist outside of this policy such that that is not necessary here in this particular policy? That's a minor issue we can get to.
Yeah, if I have a question. And so part of, as a follow-up to Board Member Adams' question about consultation, and I get it again, being employed in a large organization the same size as HISD, there's mechanisms in which employees can participate and provide feedback. I'll say from experience, we don't have a policy in our workplace that says you must meet with this because it's the expectation that the leaders are doing this already. So I don't necessarily, I don't like a policy that forces somebody to have a conversation with somebody when it should be part of our natural process, right, of an organization. And so I think if I'm understanding correctly, Board Member Adam, it's an important piece that we want to ensure as a board member that all of our employees are heard, and in some form or fashion, having just meetings with them to discuss what's going on, getting their input. Doesn't obligate us to do something, but it is important that we get their feedback. And so I would say that as we consider this policy, that we also make that important, that at least an expectation from this board member is that we're having regular meetings with all of our teachers, all of our staff, all of our employee populations, and then we're welcoming their feedback as well. Yeah.
And that's written in the blue edition.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And so CFEA is a restatement of the law which requires the district to allow employees to deduct payments for organizations if they so choose.
Okay.
So it's not something that's going away.
Got it. Any other questions, comments on this particular policy? Okay, let's move on to DNA local, which is number 28.
Yeah, this policy was waived until we brought the strike-throughs, and this is so that we can implement a new teacher evaluation system. And so it says in blue that that system will be established by the superintendent and his or her team, and that we will replace the manual, the T-test manual that's been there, or the evaluation manual that was there, with the new evaluation manual. That's basically the main difference.
Are there any comments or questions on DNA local? No? Okay. Let's move on to DNB local performance. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
Yep. DNB local is number 29, performance appraisal evaluation of campus administrators.
This is the sister policy to the DNA local, and it's the same thing. It's for principal evaluation, and so that's the main strike-through in the addition, that the superintendent and his or her team will establish a principal evaluation system and use the evaluation manual to outline it.
Are there any comments, questions from the board on DNB local?
Yes, I understand the principal evaluation system, but it also defines other employees that are not principals. So some clarification on what would the evaluation be? Does this policy apply to all of them? And can you explain that? I don't understand the gap.
It applies to principals and assistant principals, and in the case of people who are doing appraisals, this also applies.
Policy defines counselors, nurses, magnet coordinators, librarians, and so on. So on the face of it, it seems like there's a gap between the evaluation system put in place and these roles that are listed. So I wanted to understand that better, please.
Yeah, so we will have a different evaluation system for counselors and nurses, and those will also be put forward in the manual. Yeah,
It's all together in the same manual. We've just seen a lot of data, so I can't remember information.
yeah.
So I couldn't keep it straight if this was something we had seen or if it was coming.
For the purpose of this policy, we're talking about campus administrators, and so those are the people that will be included in this policy.
So are we expecting a change then to this red line?
No.
So just a clarification. So the accountability measure for you and the superintendent role in this particular space is that you'll have that policy in place prior to the start of evaluation period.
Yes, so in this particular case, we're going to bring it to the board. We're going to bring the evaluation system, which we also have to bring to the board. We're going to bring the principal one in September.
So just to be clear, so you'll bring principal in September after the start of?
Yes, after the start of the school year by about a week or two,
Okay.
because the evaluation for the principal will last all year. So it can start a couple weeks later because the first couple weeks we're going to be training anyway.
Any other questions on DNB local on the board? No? Okay. We'll move on to DEC local, compensation and benefits, leaves and absences.
Yes, there's two changes here that are of note. The first one is to change the amount of absences from 7 to 3 that an employee can have that requires medical certification. And then the second one is to change the number of leave days that an employee can use consecutively to 2 from 3.
Does anybody have any questions or comments on this particular policy, DEC local?
And I should clarify,
Sure.
Because we've talked about this a lot. It doesn't do anything to change family medical leave or accommodations, which sometimes time off is a reasonable accommodation. So this is really about the discretionary leave that employees take.
Very good. Any questions, comments?
Just to make
Ms.
sure I understand
Linder?
it, it seems like the intent of this change is to make sure that we're able to plan and make sure that there's continuity in the school and in the classroom when there are potentially, people are going to be out for a little while. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, so it doesn't change the number of days, but what it does do is emphasize how important it is for us to be in the classroom. The number one variable for kids is the quality of instruction from an effective teacher. If teachers are not here, then that diminishes what we're providing for kids. I don't think it's unreasonable if you've been gone 3 days and you say you're ill to provide documentation or some sort of evidence that you are ill. Why wait 7 days? It's really important that you be there for the kids. And if you're ill, you'll be able to provide the documentation, and that'll be that. With regard to 2 days versus 3 days in a row, that's a strain on a school. It's obviously not good for students. Yes, there are some substitutes that are effective, but nobody can replace an effective teacher, not even a teacher apprentice. So we want the teacher to be here. If you ask the principals, teacher attendance has been a problem. And so what we need to do is just make sure that the teachers are showing up for our kids.
Any other comments, questions on DEC local? Yes, Mr. Ravon.
Just in general, this one seems to be sort of in the weeds from a policy standpoint. So I don't know, as we're working on this policy diet, if we can figure out how to shift this to regulation versus policy and kind of stick to the high level on the policy.
I agree with that.
Okay, moving on to number 31, BP local administrative regulations.
So this should be thought of as a companion to the DGB local that's changing the policy requiring that we consult with unions in a specific manner. This policy requires all of the regulations concerning wages, hours, and working conditions to go through that consultation process. So it's just a deletion there. And then we still have the process that the superintendent discussed that we will be using in its place. So it doesn't say we're not going to ever, seek input, but it doesn't attach itself to the DGB requirements.
Any questions on BP local? Questions, comments? No. Okay, number 32, which is BQA local, planning and decision-making process, district level.
And this is the policy on the DAC committee. There are some, the changes, the most significant one is to change the meetings from 6 to 3. Doesn't say that there can only be 3, but at least 3 meetings. And then it also clarifies that the board members are allowed to select representatives from the entire district. Previously, with the Board of Trustees, it was designated in 9 separate districts, and that doesn't really apply anymore. So it's just to clarify that you can pick from district-wide.
Any questions or comments on BQA local?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So I understand it's not applicable because we were appointed and we are not tied to districts, but how do we ensure, and again, maybe you're going to fire this right back at us, how do we ensure that we have geographic representation of our community if there's not some specification around that?
I don't think it prescribes that you're not allowed to do that. And so I think in terms of who you pick as board members, you have the ability to do that. And if geographic representation is important, then when we're picking members of the DAC, we can, emphasize that. The only issue is we don't want you to be in violation of the policy because you don't have, a district from which to pick from. And so that's the only clarification. And I think when you put something in policy that makes it a requirement, then that's the only way you can do it. Here you have the ability to pick on geographic. You can also pick on socioeconomic status or whatever other issues that you think would bubble up and make good individuals to make up the DAC committee. So you can have some freedom in choosing who you think would best represent, your values on the committee.
And the superintendent will also try to do the same with regard to his or her pick on the DAC to make sure it's geographically more represented.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any?
Yeah, so I'll say as a previous member of the DAC, it's important. I know we have another board member that was part of the DAC as well. In policy and then some commentary as well. So it's important, and I'm glad we're keeping the DAC. That's important. And to your point, Board Member Cassandra, it is important that we have geographic representation. So I encourage board members to consider that. And I see a note that I think it's going away from the district office advisory, or that office. I'm assuming that that office is non-existent now, or is it still around?
There's been some confusion about that. I was told that it rarely, if ever, met, and it's for office staff more than anything. So.
Yeah, and that's going to be my commentary as well. So, so I would say it could definitely be better. There were meetings that they were canceled, but there was also important information that, although it's called advisory, at least during my tenure there, it wasn't necessarily advisory, but it was good for our community members to be aware. And I kind of, with this policy in my head, it kind of also kind of lies with the consultation policy in the sense that it's an important aspect in the sense that it gives people another venue or avenue to provide some feedback. And so I'm glad we're keeping it. And I'm glad, Ms. Katasha, that you mentioned that it's at least 3. It doesn't obligate to just minimum of 3, but at least 3. And so I would definitely encourage us to look at that, how it's designed, how we're sharing information, and what's the actual ask of the DAC. I think that's going to be important as well. Yeah.
Any other questions on BQA legal? Local? BQA local? No? Okay. We're moving on to number 33, EHBJ local.
This is a policy on the magnet program, and the change is on page 3 of 4. It allows the superintendent to modify a magnet program.
This is what we talked about when the board waived this policy a month ago, and we said we'd bring the additions or strike through, and this is it.
The question that I have is, I understand the administration is, maybe I should ask the question. My understanding is that the administration is doing this for purposes of the NES schools. Is that true?
NES and NES aligned, correct.
Thank you. Is there a reason why that isn't clarified in this particular policy? Or limited, I guess I could ask.
I suspect we could do that. I'm not sure it'll make any difference. I think, flexibility is always the order of the day for me, but, again, it's one more constraint that may not be necessary. The intent is, as we talked about when we waived the policy, is to allow NES and NES-aligned schools to run its schedule. And in the cases where, in most cases, we'll be able to accommodate either through the dyad or electives, these magnet programs, not magnet schools, but magnet programs. That hasn't changed, and so far the principals have been working with the team, and it seems like we'll be able to accommodate almost everything.
Any other questions or comments on this particular EHBJ local?
Yeah, I have a few comments and questions. So I echo the sentiments that this insert is vague. It doesn't really provide any parameters as to when this can be exercised, when these modifications can be exercised. And if it's for schools that are underperforming, I think it's important to say that. We have received a lot of feedback from the community, the magnet parents and magnet moms of HISD who are concerned about the vagueness. In addition to that, it's not really clear to me how this policy just gives more flexibility, because there are clauses that still remain, like the community shall always be involved in the creation, maintenance, and sunsetting of a magnet program. I would call modification a maintenance. I'm not sure if that is exactly that, but I'm trying to understand that, the community should still be involved in any modification. So how does this really offer the flexibility, I guess?
So it does. It still allows the community to be involved in opening or closing a program. But it also, at the same time, allows the superintendent to modify. And we have other policies that, grant some privilege, and then for example, the superintendent can override the consultation when it's in the best interest of the district. It'd be the same thing here. The superintendent will be able to modify if it's in the best interest of the school or the district, and we're only talking about NES and NES-aligned schools. Again, if that needs to be in there, I think that's an easy fix. I'm not sure it does, but if it makes sense to do that, we can. But it still allows for consultation with the community.
Yeah, I would ask that we put some parameters around what the modification means.
Because, you know, when we waived this policy, there was a very strong narrative around it's only about the NES and NESA schools, extremely strong narrative, so that a lot of other schools could feel very comfortable with that. But now it's not as important to include in here is what it looks like. So that would be my comment.
Any other comments or questions on this particular policy?
Just that I agree.
Ms. Mendoza, okay.
Yeah, I was just going to add, like, if there's another way to do this, like, if you're going to make changes, that we just waive this again for that.
Yeah.
That way that goes through this process. But does this have to be the way to clear that path for you?
Yeah, meaning outline NES and NESA. And if there's another thing we need to do, we can waive it and change it. Yeah.
Yeah, I would even say I'm not sure if the term NES and NESA is even explicit enough. If it's an underperforming school, then I mean, because that's kind of a brand that may not live in perpetuity, right? So
Right, except that not all NES and NESA schools are underperforming because they're part of the feeder pattern.
Understood. So what you're saying is even if they're underperforming, they could still be modified is what kind of what we're going through today.
Yes.
Right.
If they're NES and NESA. And remember, the NESA schools volunteered to do this, even though they knew all the things that were going to happen. 57 schools. So they know that we can accommodate most of their programs, and that's the intent.
It sounds like we can get some kind of modification that's going to be workable. It's just a matter of writing it down.
That's right.
Okay, let's move on then, if we can, unless somebody else has something else on this. Okay. I think we're on number 34, DP local personnel positions.
Yeah, what that is if we're going to have a new evaluation system, there are other criteria that we're going to be looking for, and that's why the minimum certification requirements or principal qualifications, are listed there. But we may have others for principals, such as the ability to deliver or to coach on the job. That would be one of the qualifications that come to mind, or the ability to understand special education certification or requirements. That would be another one that we could do. So it gives the superintendent the ability to waive or add specific requirements.
Are there any comments or questions on
I just want to ask a question about this. So any specific requirements includes the minimal certification requirement?
Yes.
So hiring uncertified principals?
No, we wouldn't have uncertified principals.
Oh, okay.
We would not have uncertified principals.
Oh, okay. Okay, so, okay.
any other questions on this policy, DP local?
I'm good.
Mr. Martinez?
So again, HR hat. This is another strange policy to me, that we have a policy that describes a position description. We have position descriptions across the district, and this is the only one for principal, which is important. I mean, I get why, but this is one of those where I don't understand why we have a policy about a position description. And so the other thing too is, I would say that I don't necessarily like the word waive, and again, that's just me. From an HR perspective, we usually use in lieu of, and so we may want to consider something like that, but, and again, that's just my HR hat. But again, I understand why we have it, because the principal position is important, and it represents the community that they're working in, so that's why it is important that we have a policy, but I'll say, from experience, position descriptions is not the norm in organizations in a policy.
So just a caveat on that, so it's a legal requirement.
Yeah.
So we
And
have
thank
to
you
have
for that.
it. And I think it also is important that we move slowly in regards to these sorts of changes. And if we're going to make global changes, I agree, waiver. I don't feel comfortable with the language of waiver just because it's a broad swath. And while we expect that our superintendent is going to perform according to the mandates that we set out, it leaves some vagary for the future, and I'd like to make sure we don't present ourselves with and leave future boards with challenges that we can avoid.
Yeah, here I would have to say, this is another area where constraints are probably not necessary. It is the superintendent's job and the division's job to hire good principals. It's our job to know what good instructional practice is and what we need from principals, and we should be able to define that the way we want within the parameters of the law. And so I don't think boards should be involved in this, and this is specifically our job. And so we follow the law, but then allow me to say, we need principals who understand special ed, because that's on their evaluation. Allow me to say, we need principals who understand instructional coaching the way we want to define it. That's our job. That's our main job. So I would say this is clearly in my wheelhouse, and we're not doing anything that's really out of the norm.
And if I can, I think that's our last policy that's on the agenda. And my understanding is that the administration is, to answer, I think, a point that you made earlier on, some of these policies and maybe some other policies. Also, Rick made the comment about the number of policies that we have, which is a lot. The administration, as I understand it, is looking at the policies to make determinations about whether and to what extent we need to modify policies kind of on a larger scale. And so I expect that work is ongoing. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So, but these policies, the 14 that are in front of us today, are selected because they're important to be handled at this time. Is that another fair statement?
That's fair.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on the policies?
Just
Yes,
to
ma'am.
comment on the last one, and totally agree that this is more administrative than HR related for hiring practices under you, Mr. Superintendent, and your staff. Totally agree with that. I think and it is kind of different to have one that's a job description in front of us. I get it, it's legal, but when it does come before us, I think that's why we just want to make sure that we're covering all our bases.
Sure.
Okay. We've gone through the policy updates. We've got budget updates, and then I want to make sure that the board members have time to ask questions about the remainder of the items that are on the agenda. So I'm going to ask the board, do we want to take a break before the budget update, or you want to do that, then take a break, or do we want to just blast through this? I'm comfortable anyway.
Power through, Madam President.
What? Okay, very good. Budget
I ask
updates.
Just one more
Yes,
thing before
sir.
we go to budget?
Of
I'm
course.
sorry. Just real quick, and this is probably a question for whoever is going to help us with the process, but in the way that we've done BF local, we're asking to waive the BF local.
The second reading?
And the second reading. And then we're asking to waive it on each of the various policies. So that requires 2 votes, not 1 vote, right? So we have to we have to waive the policy and then vote whether or not we want to approve the actual policy. And I'm trying to make sure that we're not creating a burden by doing it that way. If that makes sense?
No,
Yes.
we've written the motion so that you waive the policy and approve in the same motion. So we won't need to take 2 votes.
Got it. You out of order?
I'm going to stand up. It's got to be. Well,
Here, thank you. Oh, you have them? Okay.
No, you should have them.
Do you have it? No.
I think they're up here. No, for just
Yeah.
Madam President, board members, thank you for this opportunity to present to you the financial update. And
hold on. Let's give these
So I've
ladies just a minute. There they are. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
I've provided you a big paper with big numbers on it. That's a double entendre there. Okay, what I'd like to do is first start with the fiscal year end 23. So this is looking at the revenue for where it says final budget 2023. This first blue line is the revenue line, and we come down on the far left, you will see the function codes, which by law you pass budgets and budget amendments, and we will bring the budget amendment to you at the next board meeting for you to adopt. This next blue line here is the expenditure line. If you take the revenue line and you subtract out the expenditure line, you get what we call the bottom line, which is what right here it says net change. And you can see for fiscal year 23 in the final budget, they thought that they would lose $164 million. But in reality, this next column, column D, if you look at the revenue minus the expenditures, is that the bottom line turned out that an $18 million plus, meaning that the revenue over the expenditures was $18 million, and that increased the fund balance down here at this line, the last line, which is $1.145 billion. So you can see that we made up. Now, let me tell you, this projected actuals is only a projection, and what will happen is that as we go through the audit process, which we're doing now, there'll be adjustments and audit adjustments, and that number will change. This line here that we call the variance is just an accountant's way to say the difference between the final budget and the projected actuals. And this last column here for 23, which we're calling the PO commitments carryover from fiscal year 23, is $115 million, which is going to be included in the 24 amendment that we're going to bring to you. And what that is, with the new team coming in, there are a lot of items that we were able to go out with purchase orders, which we must follow the law and do purchase orders. And in those purchase orders, you have to receive the item by the end of the fiscal year end, which is June 30th. We didn't receive those, so we carry that over into the next budget year. So if you now go to this where it says adopted budget 2024, in June, this was the budget that you all adopted, which was $2.194 billion. That's the revenue. And on the expenditure side, it was $2.377 billion. And again, the bottom line was predicting right now $168 million loss, which would eat into the fund balance, which is that last line, which would leave the fund balance at about $1 billion. In the budget amendment, which we're still working, and what has happened now, the new team has come in, we've made a lot of changes, we're still in the process of making changes, and we're just trying to determine, all of the costs. Also, let's look at the revenue. This revenue here under the budget amendment working is $2.2 billion, which is $10 million more than the original budget, and that's because the assessed value has come in, which is $247 billion across the whole district. That number will change because there are people that will protest their assessed values. Also, what's going to happen is that the state is going to go into a new session that the governor has called to deal just with the finances of school districts. We know that the legislature has already adopted a $6 billion that is sitting there. If the governor and the legislature can come into some kind of agreement, that will pass in some way back to the district. So this number, this revenue line will change and probably sometime in September and October. We already know that what has passed is there is the homestead exemptions gone from $40,000 to $100,000, and that will be a constitutional amendment on the ballot in November. We expect it to be adopted because people like to save money, and when that happens, we will get less money on the revenue side. And we just don't know what's going to happen with the state in terms of making up that difference. We also know, because of the assessed value and the changes, the tax rate. And I will bring to you in September the tax rate that you all will have to adopt for this district. So this here is the budget amendment that we'll bring to you. The numbers will change a little bit when we bring it to you in a week. Here are the expenditures. These are the expenditures that have been added that we think in terms of what needs to be implemented to bring about an effective program at Houston. This variance column is essentially, again, the difference. And if it's in the brackets, it means that we're adding money. So you can see from an accountant's point of view, when it's in brackets, it's unfavorable variance, meaning that we, on the expenditure side, we're adding money in these areas. So the total is increased to $4.67 billion, the expenditure line, and the deficit, the bottom line here in little green, is $248 million. And the difference here on the very last line on the far right, that $90 million, is what we've increased that original budget that we brought in June to what we're going to bring in the amendment, and it'll be somewhere around there. We don't know the exact number. That will leave us at the last line of this paper, fund balance of just under $900 million. Questions?
It looks like
Put you all to sleep.
2 questions. First question, it's the budget amendment that you're bringing is next week on the
Yes.
August 10th. Okay. Next question is, it looks like the majority of the increase in
Expenditure.
budgeted amount is related to instruction.
Yes.
Can you give
81
a little
million.
more detail on that?
Well, a lot of it is the new packages for curriculum and the development of curriculum, and also a lot of it is in the NES salary structure for the NES schools and the NSA aligned schools.
Is it additional dollars related to NES Align that maybe we didn't anticipate before for instructional materials?
Well, both.
Both.
So NESA stipends.
Okay.
We added 57 schools that we hadn't originally when we brought this to you. So that's a significant amount. And then the curriculum materials, which was, again, only for 28 schools plus some others. This is for not just some others, it's 57 more schools. So that's where most of the cost is.
Can I ask, are you done?
No, I was
Okay,
gonna ask.
so the original adopted budget did not have the $116 million of purchase orders from the prior year, right? And you're putting those
Yes.
in, and you're adding those, so the
Exactly
increase
right.
is actually less than the 90 million they're showing in negative variance because you have 116 million that flowed over from the prior year.
That's
Yeah,
right?
But a lot of those other items that were flowing over though were for purchase orders that we put in June when we got here and we said, look, we need to put these in so we get this stuff in time in order for school to start, which it starts in a couple of weeks.
And they were included in your original budget, though?
No,
they were not.
They were
okay. It's sort of the way I look at it is if the previous budget was supposed to have a $164 million deficit, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you're basically moving that deficit of 116 million back over into the new budget.
Yes.
Okay, so another question then of obviously you don't have deficits, you can't live on deficits forever, as we know.
Right.
One of the questions is what is the statutory fund balance that we have to require, that we are required
It's
to?
10% of the assessed value, so that would be $24 billion. So we're well within that.
So 10% of 24 billion or 240 million?
No.
Or what?
It's our assessed value is 247 billion. And so 10% is what we.
So how much room do we have in the 198 million or the 900 million? Is the question. How much room do you have in the ending fund balance and the minimum that we have to keep by state law?
Well, there's no law to it. We like to keep.
I thought there was a TEA requirement.
Well, there's a TEA, call it suggestion, and there's a GFOA suggestion that for rating purposes, you should have 3 months worth of expenditures. So
there's no statutory issue.
Isn't that 500
It's
million?
not statutory, but it's in what's called the FASRAG, which is the Financial Accounting Resource Book.
Can you give them an idea? How much is that?
It would be, let's see, 3 months would be close to 500 million.
Yeah.
Right. So 500 million, but then also we have a AAA bond rating that we also want to protect. So we have to have more than 500 million. I think that amount is 600 million. Jim probably wants it to be
So you don't have
It's
much room, in
800
other words.
million.
You don't have much room.
Yeah, we have about $200 million or $300 million. So another question that the board didn't ask, but I'll just say is, what is the long-term viability of a program where we're losing after the other money is about $90 million a year? And the answer is we've got to continue to cut down on central office. You recall that we did some of that this year. We're not done with that. And then this contractor services, I said we were going to bring others. We only did 25 million cut on contracted services out of $250 million a year. So we're going to cut down on contracted services. And those two numbers alone with the recurring central office cuts this year should be fine. The other thing is, and I've said this out publicly, the stipends won't last forever because we're going to go to a pay-for-performance system. So the stipend of $10,000 at the NESA schools and the NS schools, we'll calculate how long we can keep that going. We can go at least another year, but they won't stay there forever.
Okay. Any other questions on the budget? Mr. Vaughn?
Thank you. So one of the things that I would like to see in the future is kind of how we continually track towards, the fact that we're going to be in a deficit in the future and what our plans are and how we continue to make sure that we're on track for that. Because right now I'm seeing where we are today. I'm not seeing how it really is going to impact and what the plans are to make sure that we're not going outside of that guideline so that we can keep each other accountable.
Yeah, we are developing control reports that actually are new to the district, doing that on the grant side, and we're also doing it for the general fund. This is the general fund, and we will have a variance report on a monthly basis and and we project what that bottom line will be at the end of the year, and which you will see when in the future when I bring a budget amendment, you will see what our projection for the end of the year is, and we will track that, and when we know that we're going to be negative, we will be working on that to bring that back to at least the budget, and of course it would be zero at the bottom line, meaning the revenue is equal to the expenditures.
And on top of that, to support what Trustee Ravon is saying, is sometime in November we can probably do what you want us to do, not wait for just the financial statements, which is how are we going to pay for this over time? If the budget's decreasing here, how do we get it back up to 900? How do we stay at 900 million or 800 million so that we keep our AAA bond rating? And I would ask your patience just until the legislative session is over, because that's going to have an impact on the budget. And so we'll have a better idea there when this special session is done.
Okay. And then also so there was reference to the Homestead Act and things changing in that regard. Since we're a Robin Hood district, it doesn't really have an impact on our budget, right? I mean,
it does. It does have an impact.
Okay. Help me understand that impact, because my understanding it was going to balance out, because we're giving away the money now. In the future, if we have less overall revenue, we would just give away less.
You're right in a certain sense, is that we have, if you look at the line, it says function code 91, that 326 million dollars. That's money we give back to the state. That's recapture money.
Right.
And so what will happen is that we will, because the money for the homestead exemption goes up to 100,000 from 400 to 600,000, it means that we will get less money, local money. And if you go back up the top, you can see that locally right now we're predicting 1.99 billion. That number will probably come down, but it'll depend on what happens with the state in the special session. But if it was just based on the assessed value without anything coming from the state, that number would go down. Now, what that means is that revenue line goes down, and that the expenditure line right now wouldn't change. Okay, so we would increase the deficit just based on that.
There is,
but one thing that will happen is that by bringing down our assessed value, okay, what happens is that our what's called wealth per average daily attendance goes down, and then that means that our recapture would go down.
Right.
But I don't think that the recapture will go down to the same level that the revenue, so it's not a one-for-one reduction.
Jim, correct me if I'm wrong, there's been talk that the legislature will try to hold us harmless
Yes.
on that.
Yes.
And also, there's also been talk, and I don't know if this is dead, but there was a time where the state was going to give significant revenue to the district to give teachers a higher salary.
That's right.
So I'm an optimist, so I'm hoping that, one, they hold us harmless on the taxes, and then on number two, that they give us money for teachers.
And there was also a bill that also got stopped because of the fight going up in Austin, which essentially, if you pay your recapture in February, they give you a 14% discount, and that would be total money to us. And we hope that that's going to be resurrected, because what people do now is, it's like you probably do. You pay the bill at the very last minute, and you like keep the money earning, right? So.
Rick doesn't.
Any other questions on the budget?
I do have a question. I may be incorrect, but wasn't there a bill that passed that gave money to districts for safety and security?
Yes.
As well?
But that's not in the general fund. What that is a separate bill. We right now have a grant for $7.9 million, and we're using that to build fences. And Wanda Paul is working with the police department and with her people to harden our facilities. But this grant that was out is going to be out there. We have to get a plan, and we have to go after that money. We have grant writers on staff. They earn their keep, and they will go after that money and bring that money to us for the plan that we will develop. How much it is, we don't know. The other thing is it's a limited amount, so it's not. It depends on the competition and who else goes for it. And I've always found that when grants like that go out and it's limited, it's always first come, first serve. First comes, get the biggest piece of the pie. So we hope to be out the gate pretty quick.
Any other questions on the budget? Okay. Our next order of business is to consider the items to be presented at the regular board meeting that we haven't already discussed. I am going to turn to page 2 of 7 of our board agenda and start down the line. See how efficiently we can get through this. So let me ask the board, discussion and report items number 1 and 2. Does anybody have any questions, comments that they'd like to raise at this time?
Let me get there first.
Discussion and report items, they're items 1 and 2. It's the 2023-24 compensation manual or the debt management activity report.
Actually, I didn't find the compensation manual online, so maybe it's a matter of.
You want to tag that for later?
That was sent
Any?
That was sent out by Katie, wasn't it?
Was it sent?
I think it was sent by email. Does anybody have any comments, questions, concerns they'd like to raise at this point on the compensation manual or the debt management activity report, which I assume is going to be presented at the meeting?
Yeah.
Yes.
I do have a question about compensation manual.
Okay, please.
So I know historically, from what my understanding is, individuals who have shared this, compensation manual is usually available after the budget. But if I understand correctly, and if I read the email correctly, that manual will also be effective for next school year, or did I misunderstand that? Is that going to be the same?
I think it's just this school year, but
Okay.
I can get clarification.
Okay. And then so moving forward, can we expect the compensation manual, because I know it was a big concern for our community, can we expect that to be available within 2 weeks after budget approval, or what is that time frame?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay. Looking at the consent agenda, the items that are currently on consent, number 3 through 6, let's do those as a group. If there's anything there that anybody would like to raise or question, I've put in a question, just so the board's aware, on number 5 relative to just some language, but no other issues there. Does anybody have any comments or questions 3 through 6? Ms. Bandy?
I have a question about optional flexible school day program.
That's number 6, yes. Go ahead, please, yes.
Okay. Can we explain that? What is an optional school day program?
Tasha, do you know who?
No, I think we can get the information. It probably would have been Allison or one of the other folks.
President Mominite.
We'll get information for you on this one.
Ma'am?
Some of these questions will be answered in the document that you'll be getting next week that were not covered in the workshop.
We don't have that document?
Not yet.
Okay.
That's one of the questions.
Ms. Bandy? Okay. All right. Any other questions, 1 through 6? Items 1 through 6. Ms. Linder?
Did you say you had I didn't understand.
Yeah, so on number 5, it's just a, for clarification, it's extremely minor. I've asked that if you look at page 22 of the packet, which is number 5, changes to the code for school year 2023, 2024, extremely minor. I'm asking that the language be, this student code of conduct is adopted by the district's board or school board.
That makes sense. Then the one I had was around the wording of restorative practices. May versus shall seemed significant there, and sort of jumping off of what you said earlier around the in-school suspension. Seems that I just wonder what's the path forward on improving
Restorative practices?
Yeah, using those in the district, and code of conduct wise, that wording is may right now, and so I'd love to see shall. What would it take to get there?
So we have autonomous schools right now, and they have their own discipline practices. And so we would have to take that autonomy away. Restorative practice is a good practice, but there's others that schools have used in the past. I would probably like to keep that flexibility for them. Positive behavior incentives supports, for example, PBIS is another one. There's the one that NES schools are using. So I think that's why a may probably is more in order than a shall.
It lists others, but it doesn't necessarily say that you must use any of them, that you can just use, whatever the school decides based on how it's written right now. So we don't need to discuss that. I think it's just an important point. I think a lot of community members are interested in moving away from, I think, what are considered sort of out-of-date practices into better ones for conduct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other comments through number 6? Yes, sir.
So I'd like to just make a comment on 2 and then also 3. And first for the CFO, based on the summary of the debt management policy, it looks like roughly $38 million in savings for the activities, the financing activities. And I was interested in what the expectation and uses of those funds were going to be going forward.
Well, it's not actually funds in our pockets. So what happens is we originally will sell bonds after the voter approval. Mm-hmm. And then we have a debt structure kind of like a mortgage, right? Well, when the interest rates are favorable to us, we do what is called refunding of those bonds. And instead of that original mortgage payments, they change to where it's less in terms of total dollars. So we don't see any dollars, but what it is, it's a savings to us on our debt service side. When I bring you taxes next month, next month, you're going to see an M&O side and an INS, and the INS pays that debt service. And so if it's not significant enough that we'll be dropping our tax rate on the INS, but that debt service goes over 30 years, and so that total payment, instead of being $2.3 billion, it drops down to $2.1 billion in our monthly. Actually, you pay bonds twice a year in February and August, and so those payments that we make in February and March would go down, but we don't actually see the money. It's just we save money over the terms of the bonds.
Got it. So just to clarify, we're not paying the same amount in debt service or bond payments. We're paying a smaller amount going forward, so we'll see the savings over the course of time. Got it. And then the second question was regarding agenda item 3, and that was just clarity. Was there an investigation, and what was the summary? Was there something found at fault, or I was a little confused as to what the intent of that agenda item was? It was talking about self-recovery, but I wasn't quite clear.
I think the intent is, can we accept the money from the insurance company?
Is that the intent?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Any other questions on those? Okay, let's move to we talked about number 7, which was BDD local. Let's go to 8. Yes, we did already. Any comments, questions, or concerns relative to number 8 through 14, which are the items listed on page 3 of the agenda packet? Would it be helpful for me to read those, or? Okay, good. I'd prefer not to, but I want to make sure.
You're good. No, I think it's good.
Some reason,
Okay.
Just an administrative note, I couldn't pull up number 8. It doesn't pull into Legistar. And I don't know if others had the same issue, but I couldn't pull it in.
Okay, that is the
all those
election
contract on the election.
resolution.
Yeah.
Okay, any other concerns? Okay, let's move on to 15 through 18, which are on page 4. Adoption of resolution about the debt management policy, and so on through 18.
Comment on 18. Oh,
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Ms. Lindler.
Yeah, around the plan to increase pre-K. I mean, pre-K is super important. So what's the plan to increase it overall? And then from the data presented for this item, I can't tell what the change was from actual to projected enrollment from 23 to 24. My reaction to this was I'd want to be aggressive in increasing pre-K, and I can't tell from this data how this is, doing that. Got no issue, I think, approving what's stated here, but I think there's a larger discussion around pre-K itself that I want to see. And also, this data doesn't give any idea around who's not getting pre-K, who's eligible and not in this group. So a lot probably to cover there.
I have one comment on that also, once you answer.
Yeah, so I don't know what was provided, so we'll do a separate report, or we'll upgrade it so that it's a little bit more clear about who's getting pre-K and who's not, or how we're expanding it.
But I do want to make the point that this is for us to continue in you're giving us authority to continue in the partnerships that are already existing. So this is a request for that, and then there may be additional requests in the future, but this is for us to continue what we've been doing.
So mine was kind of in that regard. In going forward, I was trying to see if we could pull in like beginning of year data on a rolling basis to see how the students who are in the program are actually prepared or not, and how they compare to other students, if you will. And so essentially what are the results of the program?
Yeah, the theme of how do we govern this, right? If we're going to approve it, that's great, but there's some information I think lacking here to say, how did they do last year? What are some pressures to say how we make sure that this continues to be effective?
Right.
Yeah.
So we can include that in one of the future board workshops or board meetings.
Okay.
I have a question as well. So if my numbers are correct with Head Start, I think in 2022, 23, we had 2,539 participants. 23, 24, we're projecting 2,056. So it's a drop of about 500. And so I don't know if there's a reason as far as contractual reason why we can't increase it to that same amount that we had last year, or if that's just where we're at today. Yeah.
So we'll include that in a future.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions through 18? No. Okay. 19, 20. I have just a general question on 19. If Superintendent or Mr. Terry, or I'm not sure who within the administration, can just talk through the modifications to the cash management investment policy. Not deep dive, at least for me, but just high level. What are we doing here?
The main, two main changes. One is that if you read that policy, it's very redundant over and over again. The second is that we're following the Public Funds Investment Act, which is the law which governs all investments. And so what we're doing is we're changing it so it modifies, that it tracks the Public Funds Investment Act and everything else we got rid of.
Any other questions on 19 and 20? Okay, moving on. We talked about 21 through 23 already. 24 and 25, does anybody have any comments, questions, concerns they want to raise at this time?
I have a question.
Ms. Bandy?
What type of trends or indications do we see now that warrant a suspension of requirements for years to come? 24 through 25 and 25 through 26. I guess I can understand this year we know we have a potential number of vacancies or applications that we need to go through, but what's happening in years out?
You're speaking about number 24.
Number
Is that right?
24.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Number
no, it's good.
24. I didn't clarify.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So right now, and in the past year, the district has had a hard time getting assistant principals that have certifications and that can do appraisals. So there's been this position called teacher specialists, or is it called teachers? Yeah, teacher specialists that do appraisals. So there's already been some difficulty. In the profession as a whole, it's becoming more and more difficult to recruit effective administrators. This just gives us some flexibility. Again, since we're going to an evaluation system, the certification won't mean quite as much. But again, we are encouraging everybody, principal, teacher, learning coach, that if they want to stay in the profession, they should get certification, and we'll be pushing them in that direction.
So, just another administrative. So in the write-up, it says there was going to be a list, but it's not actually attached. So maybe somebody else has it, but I didn't. It's not in there.
The list of waivers.
I don't think we have a list of the assistant principals. I think we got some general information regarding the teachers, right?
Right. I think if we're going to provide the list of those names, you'll probably get those in your board SharePoint. We can provide the general list that we have here, which is for the teachers, which is just location and school, but we don't want to provide the identity of individuals before we move forward.
And that's fine. I was just I got the
But we
teacher
can get
one,
you that
but yeah, I
information,
just didn't
and
have
you'll have,
anything on the-
yeah, we can have that information before the vote.
Any other?
Yeah,
some
I have a
ideas?
couple questions. And again, you might not have the number today. How many APs that were seeking waivers for were HISD employees last year in a teacher specialist role? That would be helpful. And then do we have any plans as a district to help them get their certification? Now, we're encouraging them, but are we incentivizing them? Are we paying for part of their certification? Because from what I understand, it's expensive. It's expensive. So are we helping them financially to get these certifications? Is there a program in place for that?
We're not helping them financially. We are going to start the Principals Academy.
That's right.
And that has 75 APs and principals, or people who want to be principals, and that starts this year. So by the end of the year, we will have helped them get their certification, and that should help. That's the beginning of a pipeline. So I know it's not a lot, but it is the start of one.
So the program includes certification?
It doesn't require certification, but we're going to help them move towards their certification.
Any other, Ms. Bandy?
So currently, there is a process that allows school districts to submit a request for waivers. So why isn't that current process sufficient for what we're trying to achieve?
This is a requirement for that process. So we have to get the board approval in order to submit the application to TEA.
The board has to approve the waiver request, essentially, is that right?
Correct. And then if you vote and approve this, then we will submit the other materials required by TEA to the waiver unit.
So help me understand how it was done previously then. So if for last school year, if there was an assistant principal that we needed to hire that didn't have a certificate, the board had to approve it?
We didn't do it last year. What they did was use teacher specialists, which is the issue he was saying.
Change
so
the name.
Teacher specialist is an individual on a teacher contract who performs administrative duties.
It's better for kids, better for teachers if you have an AP who's getting trained as an AP, who's attending the instruction as an AP, who's getting paid like an AP, who's doing the spot observations like an AP instead of a teacher specialist. So we do the waivers, we'll train them. Again, they'll be evaluated rigorously. If they're not up to par, then they won't be hired back as an AP. If they are, we'll continue to move them forward.
Okay, it's late, maybe it's me. I'm just not clear on if there's a process that exists today to waive an AP certification, why isn't that process sufficient?
I think it is sufficient. Maybe I don't understand the question,
Maybe
because
that's what I'm saying.
in order for us to take advantage of the waiver that the state allows, the board has to approve.
And this has not been done in previous years, is what you said?
Correct.
Okay.
So I'm sorry. So if I understand correctly, then essentially they've remained teacher specialists for long periods of time, for many of them.
And I can't speak a lot to what was done before. I just know that that's a process. I mean, a lot of principals in the trainings have asked, can we keep our teacher specialists because they need to do appraisals, and they're not certified. They're not even paid as APs. I think this way is much better, more transparent, but also those folks are going to get paid the right way, and they're also going to get trained the right way.
And then just a question. Remind me, what are the requirements to become an AP?
Yeah, so in order to be certified, you have to go through, I don't know exactly, I can't remember all the things that need to be done, but you have to have so many years of teaching. You have to go through the certification process in the state. There's an actual courses that you have to take and pass. You have to have a master's degree. Anything else? 24 hours of coursework.
But here in HISD specifically, non-certified, what are the requirements to become an AP?
Be hired by a principal to be an AP.
That's it? Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Yeah. But are we talking about like years, like 10 years of experience, 5 years of what I want to, again, I may be getting into
the job description, I think, says 3 years of instruction. Do you have the job description? We can get you the job description.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions on 24 and 25? Ms.
Just to
Linder?
clarify, then the impact to kids if we don't do this waiver, right? I just want to kind of get clear on what's the impact. The impact is that we would have teacher specialists, or we'd have gaps or vacancies. Could you just repeat that, please, so we can all be be clear on the impact to our students?
Yeah, so if we don't have the waiver, we'd have to do what the district has done, which is have teacher specialists. They're not really administrators, although they're doing appraisals. That's kind of a gray area. I'd rather do the legally allowable thing, which is to waive, and if not most, many districts do waivers for APs, especially large ones. And so this person that we would waive, there's 72 of them, we would train them. First of all, they had to get hired. We would train them, we would evaluate them, and they'll be instructional leaders. And if they don't make it, then they will be removed. Unlike a teacher specialist who are not evaluated, not trained as well, and they're still appraising teachers. That doesn't, this way seems much better for students and teachers.
And just to be clear, so this group of 72, as you cited, are different than the Principals Academy.
That's right.
That's a
There's
whole
another
different-
group of 75 people who joined the Principals Academy.
Got it.
Okay. We have already talked about number 26 through number 34, which leaves us with 35 through 37. Does anybody have any questions for the superintendent this evening on 35, 37?
I think we missed 25, but I'm going to just go back real
Oh,
quick.
I had called 24 and 25 together, I think, but please, if you have a question about 25, please.
Just what are the implications of the schedule change, and are there material departures from the prior year?
For the
This is the local calendar.
the local calendar, the school calendar.
No, this is the,
Which one is it?
for the appraisal system, so I imagine it's all different.
Yes, for the appraisal system, I mean, for the teachers, they'll start on August 28th, but there'll be training, so there's different training dates.
So this one
But
is
it lasts-
this one is central and campus-based non-teachers. So there was some questions that I entertained
Oh, I see.
regarding 11-month versus 12-month employees versus 10-month employees, and I want to make sure that it's kind of combed out, if you will, because it's a little bit unclear and there's no actual attachment on this particular one.
Yeah, Katasha, do you have any information on that?
I need to understand the question better.
Okay.
There's no attachment, no information on this one?
About the difference between 10
No, on number 25 in general.
Oh, no.
There is. Well, yeah, the schedule is here.
Yeah, it's part of the agenda item, though.
So is it more information that we need to provide?
Yes, perhaps I'm confused and it is late, but my understanding is that you're asking us to approve the proposed calendar. There is no calendar attached. There's only a staff report, and then it cites those employees based on their month's contract, but it doesn't give any additional detail.
Okay.
Right. Adam, are you looking at this? Is that what you see? Maybe it's a different document.
I'm on Legistar.
So we'll make sure that.
Let's come back to that one.
The board, we'll make sure that we get that calendar.
So this is supposed to be the calendar for when certain steps in the appraisal calendar need to take place. So for 12-month employees, for instance, the goal-setting conference, which is the conference for when an employee meets with their supervisor to decide what is the goal going forward, that needs to happen by October 27th. And so it looks like regardless of your duty schedule, it's going to happen on October 27th. But I think as you move forward, there's some differentiation based on whether you're a 10-month employee, 11-month employee, or a 12-month employee. So that's the difference in the cadence.
Right, and so my original question was, what are the implications, and are there material departures from the prior year? So is this the same schedule we used last year? And if it is, why are we approving it? But obviously it's different, so what's the change?
So you're required to approve it each year. I haven't compared it to the other year. It looks pretty similar in terms of when we do things, what the cadence is for appraisals, because you go through the whole school year, and so, January or so, you're going to do a progress conference and that kind of thing. But if you want to see the previous calendar, we can do that.
Can we just do a one-pager and give it to the board on what the difference is?
That'd be great.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to number 35 through 37. Does anybody have any questions for the superintendent on 35 through 37?
And just to confirm, 37, certification waiver, that's the 84 individuals we were referring to earlier? Okay.
Correct.
For
And
the
that
teachers.
number may change a little bit because we're not done.
Okay.
Yep. Anything else? No? Okay. I hope that's it. I think that concludes the review of the agenda. The board will now adjourn to closed session under Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, Open Meetings Act, subsections 551.004 through 551.089. Should board final action, vote, or decision on any matter considered in the closed session be required, such final action, vote, or decision shall be taken at the open meeting covered by this notice upon the reconvening of this public meeting or at a subsequent public meeting of the board upon notice thereof. The board is adjourning to closed session at 10:17 p.m. on August 3rd, 2023.